What is up, everyone? What is up? Happy Friday. I know I usually don't stream on Fridays, but it's my week off. So, yeah, what's everyone up to? Anyone got any fun plans this weekend? I'm just working through a bunch of different projects that I had on the backlog. I did get a bunch of code finished up on what was it, the NAS mount manager and the sim stack that I had. So there's a couple of things now on my GitHub that were updated. The NAS mount manager was just a script that I had which let you mount your network attached storage drives a little easier. Before I had it for SMB, for Samba on Linux, and I think it would even work potentially on Mac. But now I also have it working for NFS attached drives, and now it's got an interactive setup with there, FSTAB interactive editors, stuff like that. And then the sim stack, I've got the IDS, IPS fixed on that. The dashboards were not working right, so just been slowly iterating on that to get it released into what I'm pretty happy with. Am I streaming in multiple platforms? Yeah. I usually stream to multiple platforms because I'm on multiple platforms, but I don't know how else to say that. What do you think about Anthropic and Pentagon situation? Well, we talked about this actually in the past few streams. It's a little bit effed because the military is trying to push the ethical boundaries that Anthropic is trying to lay down, which I think are sensible ethical boundaries that should be understood, because the military is the one that is not really the expert in these technologies. They're the consumer of these technologies. They should, what's the word? Not bow down, but at least listen to the experts in the field. And the demands from Anthropic are rather reasonable, which is that they don't want their technology to be used in mass surveillance, and they don't want their technology to be used in the ending of human life without a human in the loop to make a decision. And I think that is a very reasonable stance to make. And the military is out here saying, no, we're going to do whatever the hell we want. And we're sitting over here like, we've seen Terminator. This is how Terminator, the first movie, started. We gave Skynet autonomous control. And this is actually why I've actually, Yitz and I have actually been talking about this quite a bit. This is actually why we're leaning more towards encouraging people and building more LLMs internally for our own use case. I don't really think that people should be leaning more towards the SaaS solutions of LLMs, because the problem is the more data you're giving them, the more that you're training them on data that could eventually be used against you in a worse case than has actually been used in social media. We made this argument years ago when it was Facebook, now Meta, and Google using this data, and we were called conspiracy theorists for years, saying you should be weary of giving your data out to these big tech companies, and how much data you're giving out there, and that you're giving too much data out there, and that this could eventually be used against you. And then sure enough, people have come to understand that when government came and turned around and started using that data in things that were once legal to criminalize people. Like, let's throw all the legal discussions aside of whatever your ethical beliefs are on, say, Roe v. Wade. Let's put all of that aside and look at the real reality of it was a legal action, and this can be applied to anything else. and now has been turned into a criminal action in some states. And now people are going and getting a medical procedure in another state, and the mere communication of trying to get such a procedure is being used to criminalize people. People that were communicating over Facebook, people that were doing Google searches. Now imagine you do this and you apply that to LLMs. LLMs are even worse than that, because the problem is LLMs, people have gotten way more comfortable with LLMs than they ever have with social media, that people are actually using them like their best friends, their therapist, their boyfriend, their girlfriend. Some people have literally gotten married to them. I mean, it's gotten to extreme heights that we never had before with social media. Like, if you have ever seen the anime Ghost in the Shell standalone complex and that movie and the whole, franchise, it was way ahead of its time. And we are now coming across those ethical conundrums right now. Like, yeah. Did you see that California is trying to ID people for operating systems? I think California is not the only one wanting to do that, but I think that's also making more and more of a case for people wanting to move to Linux. Because Linux, you cannot technologically ID someone on the Linux operating system, because Apple and Windows, Mac and Windows, both have a central company overseeing them. Okay, you give your ID and then Microsoft and Apple then have to authenticate you. There is no central authority when it comes to Linux. What, you think that the dozens of different Linux distribution and authorities that oversee the different... No, they're not going to do that. He's very behind on things, but a great for... What? I don't know what you're talking about. Is it even worth being in tech anymore? I mean, it's definitely worth being in tech. Look, people were saying, is it worth being in tech 20 years ago? People are always going to ask the question of, is it worth being in tech every few years? The reality is technology is going to completely change every few years. And as I've even said a few years ago, you must be willing to unlearn what you have learned every few years. Paradigms will shift completely, and this is actually why I tell people, you're not going to learn jack shit in school. Because by the time, everyone that comes to me, even for years, and has been like, well, where can I go and get a textbook to learn this? And I'm like, by the time it's in a textbook, it's already several years out of date. This is prime example of what's going on. Because a lot of the stuff going on right now, and we're seeing AI, is evolving faster than we can have it written in a textbook. It's changing faster than school curriculums can keep up. In the matter of one school semester, the ways that we approach LLMs have radically shifted. Think about it. In one school semester, we've already gone from, we're using LLMs for singular commands and, doing little snippets of code, to now we're doing things agentically, to now we're having it doing open Claude bot, to being able to connect to different things and interface with all different sorts of things at the same time. Yeah, now it's writing blogs, exactly. The field continuously keeps improving. Yeah, and this is why I tell people, going to school is a mere checkbox for HR. And I think a lot of people are coming to the realization, what I've been saying for a long time, that getting a master's degree, getting a bachelor's degree, that's nice, but it ain't gonna mean jack shit when you're in the field. Because I will tell you, just within the past few years, the things that I'm doing now are radically different than the things I was doing a few years ago. I'm doing things a lot differently and a lot faster today than I was doing 4 or 5 years ago. And 4 or 5 years ago, I was also doing things faster and a lot differently than I was doing 4 or 5 years before that. and it's going to continuously change and all that. Do I have any framework products? I do not personally have them. Not that I have anything against them. I have enough products in my house. I do want to get the framework laptop so I can get the RISC-V board. One of my buddies just bought that, and he got the RISC-V board with it. He's trying it out. I think that one would be cool, but it's kind of hard for me to justify just buying that. Because I think my next big purchase, if anything, after I pay off some things around the house and stuff, would be NVIDIA DGX Sparks. I want to get a couple of those because I want to start moving away from LLMs that are in a SaaS model and moving more towards my own self-hosted code, so that way I can do my own thing. ChatGPT said by 2033, most people will be cheaper to use AI than people. Yeah, well, ChatGPT is also potentially going to be running out of money by 2028. So, the problem with ChatGPT and a lot of the LLMs as we've seen right now, and we actually discussed this last night, is the diminishing returns that is coming out with the ever-increasing amount of resources they're throwing towards LLMs. So, for a while, the common convention was the more resources you throw towards an LLM, the more exponentially the power and capabilities of an LLM will grow. And that was true for a few years. Like, we saw that ChatGPT 3 was the big breakthrough. 3.5 was a bigger breakthrough. 4 was great. And then 5, it was kind of like, it went like this. Like, it was just like it was a growth, but it was like, not a plateau, but it wasn't exponential. Now, Claude is still doing well, don't get me wrong, but Anthropic still has the problem, as we've discussed, where Anthropic is making 4 cents on the dollar. Eventually, investors are going to turn around and they're going to want their money. Is Claude any good? Yeah, Claude is good. In terms of frontier models, Claude is good. I use Claude for a lot of my stuff. I use Claude Opus 4.6 for a lot of my projects, using it through GitHub Copilot Pro Plus. But, ultimately, these products are not being priced properly. They're not going to make as much money as they think, and eventually we're going to see a collapse. There's no ifs, no ands, no buts about it. We're going to see a collapse in the very same we see in the .com boom. Now, I'm not saying that, like, AI is going to disappear. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we're going to see, just like the .com boom, where a lot of companies got wiped out, but a lot of companies stayed. Because the .com boom brought us, you had your, not that everyone likes all these companies, but you got Amazon, you've got PayPal, you had Google, you had Facebook, you had a bunch of different companies that grew out of the .com boom, but you also had a graveyard of different companies that did not make it through. Like your Pets.com, your GeoCities, and things like that. What you talking about? The thing you don't know, everything became expensive, like RAM and SSD or GPU. You think the price will go up or down or this, or will keep going up? No, eventually, and that's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. Eventually, investors are not going to want to throw more money into AI if they're not going to get a return on investment. And then eventually, the prices will return to some sort of sanity for hardware. But what's going to happen first is investors are going to ask for a return on their investment before they invest more money. Because right now, ChatGPT, OpenAI, Anthropic, they are all living off of investor money. They are not making money on their own. They are burning through money. Like, last I checked, Anthropic is making 4 cents on the dollar. So for every dollar they are spending, they're making 4 cents, which means 96 cents comes from an investor. OpenAI is burning so much money that last I checked, they said that they're going to probably be broke around 2028. As it is, NVIDIA is already like, we're not sure we want to give you $100 billion in investment. It was calling into question their business practices, and that was like a month or two ago. You think AI is doomed or bad by nature? I don't think it's doomed or bad by nature. I think it's just right now it's overhyped. The problem is investors are stupid. The problem is, and people have this like, I've worked with wealthy people, okay? You have smart wealthy people, and you got dumb as fuck wealthy people. All right? The problem is, wealth does not determine intelligence, and there's a lot of people that you can throw, I've seen it, you can throw very smart sounding words and they'll just throw money at you. Okay? I saw it firsthand at Web Summit. That if you don't have AI in your product, if you don't have blockchain even in your product, one of the two, investors will not be willing to invest in you because they think there's nothing worthwhile to invest in your product. That's why a lot of people are rebranding technologies that aren't really AI as AI. Like, for example, I've seen people rebrand humidity detection software inside of laundry machines, which we've had for years. You know, the dryer sensor, as an AI sensor. Nothing new. That's it. Are we talking about my question? I don't know. We're talking about a lot of things. What do? I'm a cybersecurity engineer. Do you use Notebook LM? Which one's Notebook LM? I don't know. I use a lot of different products. I think we're avoiding reality, Chief. They're axing 50% of employee, and that's news of yesterday, not 2022. Yeah, and as we were watching yesterday on stream, a lot of those companies are regretting firing those employees. Even Salesforce admitted that the AI is not giving the results that they thought. They're firing people because the investors are thinking that's the good thing to do. But then they're turning around and seeing the AI is not doing the results that they actually need. And they're losing a lot of that institutional knowledge, and then they can't hire those employees back. It's nothing new. You have people at the top that make all these decisions. But the funny thing is, the people that are the most replaceable by AI are actually the people in management and the executive. What is AI really good at? Trend analysis, going into numbers, figuring out pattern recognition, and being able to assign work based on that. Well, what is management and executive basically doing a lot of? How can they regret it? It's one day later. No, it's not one day later. Salesforce fired people a few months ago, and they've already been regretting it. Look it up. We already did that. We talked about this last night. Here, let's see. Hold on. I was just reading this through LinkedIn. Yeah, Salesforce regrets firing 4,000. Where's the actual thing? Following the publication of the report, Salesforce regrets firing 4,000 experienced staff and replacing them with AI agents. Salesforce has shared clarification via email addressing the claims around job cuts in its AI strategy. The other thing is, while you're also saying they're firing people, there's also a lot of hiring posts specifically around AI. I got my new job because of my AI knowledge. It's not the first time that companies have actually fired people as a knee-jerk reaction and then suddenly, realized, yeah, maybe that wasn't a good thing to do. Agree with you in the majority of your points, not all, but I always look forward to your streams. How dare you? I'm kidding. Look, we're human. We're not always going to agree 100% of the time. If you were, then we would be a robot. And we're not robots. Are we human? Or are we dancers? I'm thinking to try Pine 64 Alpha 1. I actually like Pine 64 devices. I got a few of them down here. I haven't bought any of their new stuff. Not because, I'm not interested, but I got enough shit. But, yeah. But yeah, I got, their, Pine 64 Pro boards here. I got a couple of those. I got a Rock 64 in my rack right now. I like Pine 64. They're nice. I got into them during the Raspberry Pi what do you call it? Slowdowns where we couldn't actually get them during COVID. So how does one plan his life in tech if they can get axed at any moment? You can get axed at any moment in any job. That's not unique to any job. Any job can fire you for any reason. So how do you plan for it? You upskill and always be ready to find a new job. Look, the job I was just leaving was finding reasons to, throw me under the bus. You know what I did? I left the door and I found myself a promotion and got myself a 40% pay raise. Just getting into cyber and I'm wondering, I'm wasting time. Don't worry about that. The reality is you're having the mentality of, oh, well, I gotta go work at this one company and stay at this one company. If you have the mentality of you only are gonna work at one company and have your loyalty at one company, you're doing it wrong. Here's the reality I'm gonna tell everyone. Companies expect you to have, give your loyalty to them, but they will never reciprocate that loyalty to you. So, always have that loyalty to yourself. So while you do your best at your job that you're currently at, always be keeping your head on a swivel for other opportunities outside. Look, I like the team that I worked with, but don't get me wrong. I'm not going to hold myself back from career growth. I've done that before, and it cost me a while, and I doubled my pay as soon as I realized that. Now, again, I got a 40% pay raise going from cybersecurity engineer to senior cybersecurity engineer at the job I was at before. They kept dangling the carrot of, oh, we'll give you cybersecurity engineer, but they kept moving the goalpost as to what was required for you to actually get there. And eventually I said, I'm not going to play your game. So you know what? I'm taking my ball and going to another court. And the funny thing is, when I did that, oh boy, management got upset. Because when you leave, they realize just how much power you have. Because the problem is management right now has this this idea in their head. Oh, you should just be grateful that you even got a job. And I gave them the idea of, you should be grateful that I even stayed here at this job and gave you my level of skill. How important is top secret and clearance in cyber? It depends. Top secret is only really, secret clearances and all that only really matters if you're doing government contracting. If you're working for the government or government contracting, it doesn't really matter otherwise. I've never had it. Do I listen to Blade? Don't know who they are. Gonna build my own AI-gentic company someday. Well, why not make an AI agent to make your agentic company for you then? Is the government trying to change Linux to have ID checks or age verification for Linux? How the hell are they going to do that? There's no central authority in Linux to have that done. This is the problem with why politicians are... How do I put this politely? Most politicians should be riding the short bus and be wearing a football helmet as they walk around because they probably can't even sleep at night safely because they probably have less than 70 IQ. I'm trying to do everything except say that R word. You know what I'm talking about. Because these people really are so ignorant to the way the technology of this world works to not understand that there aren't major technology companies behind everything out there. And there's an entire movement, the free, libre, and open source software movement, which has no central authority. There's no one really to say, hey, Linux, you're going to start taking IDs. Because guess what? You really think that Linux distributions are going to start doing that? They're going to say, hell no. A lot of these Linux distributions aren't even in the US. Didn't the Danish government say they're moving to Linux for schools and government agencies? A lot of European countries are moving to Linux. They're trying to move away from American-based technologies. Taking IDs is so dumb. Well, as we talked about last night, all it does is increase your attack surface so that you're more vulnerable to identity theft and other compromises. Identity verification is not something that should be required for you to be able to use your technology. Look, if you want to have your identity checked to be able to vote, okay, I can see that. You want to have your identity checked to use a bank account? Okay, I can see that. Get a credit card? Okay, I can see that. Go travel? Okay, I can see that. But to get on Discord? No, that makes no sense. To use a computer? No, that makes no sense. To use an app on a phone? That doesn't make sense to me either. I mean, dude, people are buying Teslas and they have to purchase subscriptions to use their own vehicles. That's a whole other thing that's stupid. Because you'll buy, you'll own nothing and be happy. What's my title now? How long have you been in it? Well, technically now I'm a senior cybersecurity engineer as of next week. I left my job last week. This week I'm taking a break, and then I start my new job next week. I've been a cybersecurity engineer for 3 years, but I've been in IT and cybersecurity for 15 years. Looking into moving out into a studio apartment in UK. Prices are expensive. Oh, I know UK is expensive. My ex is British, so, yeah, she showed me how expensive things were. She was blown away when she saw that houses where I lived were cheaper than apartments, flats. Is the R word reticulum as in the reticulum network? Yes, let's go with that, fart buckle. We'll say that's the R word. Sure. Why did I make the switch? The switch to what? I was young and naive. I didn't know all this. Bro, even in 2026, the thought market was crapola. Oh, what? The job market? The job market is... For entry level, it's crap. I will be honest. It's kind of crappy for entry level. But if you are senior level, market's pretty decent still. Especially if you got skills. Right now, if you can understand AI and a lot of the things that I do, it's great. Like, I've been telling people, like, understand how to home lab, how to understand infrastructure and a lot of the things, how to use Linux, you'll go far. Because Windows users, Windows administration, they're a dime a dozen. Every job I've been to, I've been like maybe one of maybe at most 2 people that has been an actual Linux user on the team. Like, can hop into a Linux box and know how to administrate it. From network to cybersecurity. Why did I make the switch? Well, because networking, going from networking isn't as promising as it once was overall in a career. And networking is a great foundational knowledge that everyone should understand. But in terms of career growth, there's not as many opportunities in networking right now as there is in general cybersecurity. A lot of the networking that happened over the years has moved over into cloud security, cloud architecture, and knowing how to architect all of that. So a lot of the networking positions still are basically relegated to physical infrastructure. And a lot of that, it still exists, but they're not as plentiful as they once were. I have a good friend of mine who is in networking right now, and he's having a tough time finding, better jobs and everything. And he has been for a while, and he feels like he's kind of stuck at this level. But you can easily go from networking to cybersecurity. So I did networking as part of my MSP for years. At the SME and Soho level. And then I didn't want to do it for the large enterprise level. It's kind of boring to sit there and wait for ARP to happen. What do I use for lower back support? I already spent a lot, but didn't work out. I got a Herman Miller Aeron chair, and I spent money on the basic lumbar support. So I got this chair secondhand. So you can go to warehouses that do liquidations on like startups and old companies. I picked up this chair for like $300-400. I spent like $100 or so on an aftermarket headrest. I think like $50 or $60 on the lumbar. It's the stock lumbar for it. This has been great for the back. What's up, Ray Rees? Do you know interesting work around with post-market OS on a Pine phone? I haven't really dealt much with the Pine phone. I have one, haven't dealt with it too much. Herman Miller is the GOAT. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, straight up, Herman Miller is my overall favorite chair I recommend to people. Brand new, they are expensive. Like, I don't recommend them brand new unless you got that kind of money to burn, because they're like 2 G's. But secondhand, they're relatively inexpensive and worth it. But if you want to buy a brand new chair that is a little less expensive than that works pretty well, if you go to Staples, it's called the Hyken chair. Hotel Yankee Kilo Echo November. I think it's like $130 when I bought it on sale. They're not bad. Put some rollerblade wheels on them, they're great. I put some rollerblade wheels on this, I think, too. No, this doesn't have they're kind of like rollerblade wheels, like, sort of. And I'm still getting unstuffed from my cold and stuff that I had. Okay, where was I yesterday with the content? Alright, let's see if I can get my audio setup going. Oh yeah, I edited another 2 videos today. I gotta do another video tomorrow. I have recorded a video on gaming on Linux tips and stuff like that. Just some basic stuff. So I think those videos will be coming out on YouTube over the next couple of weeks or so. Should be good. Also found some nice beats to put them on the background music. Got mine secondhand from Amazon, about $700 used. I don't know if I would have bought them from Amazon, because the thing is, when I get things secondhand, I like to go get my physical hands on it to inspect it. That's what I did with the warehouse. And, you know, got to pick it up because there was like one defect with it and they swapped the part out on the spot. But the nice thing about a Herman Miller is because they're like so well-known chairs, you can order any of the pieces for it and get it fixed and upgraded even years later. You heard OpenClaw had malware or something? More so that my understanding is, one of my pen testing buddies was telling me, if you look up on Shodan, there's like tens of thousands of OpenClaw instances that people have not been securing, so you can just basically more or less walk up to them virtually and just take over them. Yeah, who knew? Developers don't know how to secure their shit. Oh no! Imagine that! This is my shocked face. OpenClaw itself, I don't think had malware. It's that because it's open the way it is, you can manipulate it and do things, and it can be fun. But yeah, this is why people are like, whoa, Chief, why do you have like such a crazy firewall? Because when I do crazy shit, I want to have a firewall behind it. Look, one of these days, I'll figure out a way to like clean out my IP addresses before I show it to you. But I gotta show you like my IDS IPS logs of just the random shit that tries to hit my firewall every day. And people would be shocked. Most of you, I'm gonna guarantee every single one of you is getting your network hit without even knowing it by automated traffic. You're not aware of it. But bots are hitting you through Nmap or any other kind of scan, just trying to see if there's any kind of vulnerability. That's why there have been these zombie nets of routers from people not updating their routers, because they'll take advantage of vulnerabilities and things like that. Yeah. So if you look at your firewall, if you put your firewall on and start listening to what's happening, you're gonna be like, oh my God, what's going on? And I'm gonna be like, dude, that's always been there. Like, to prove this point, go to DigitalOcean, go to Linode, just spin up a basic ass web server. Okay? Spin up a basic ass web server. Set up fail to ban, which is an IDS IPS system. Put the basic rules on there for SSH. Okay? Let it run for about a week. See how much you get caught. Don't even have to host a website on it. Just let it exist. And you'll have people hitting it. Which OS are you running again? I'm running Pop OS. What's your view on ML data science? Well, it exists. It's there. I wanted to be a developer, but how things are looking for juniors, I think it's a good time, and cybersecurity isn't really for juniors, so therefore, I'm thinking about starting a degree in ML. What's your view? It doesn't matter what degree you really get. The honest truth is, a degree is just a checkbox. A degree is just a checkbox for HR. Everyone has the wrong misconception the wrong conceptions, a total misconception when it comes to a degree. Oh, well, if I get this degree, I have to go down this path with my career. My dad was a Unix engineer, did Fortran programming, got me into, Windows System Administration, ran an MSP company. You know what his degree was in? Engineering and mathematics. Bachelor's. Nothing to do with computing. But he did that. All a degree is a piece of paper to basically say that you are trainable. When you go to apply to a job, go, and if you don't believe me, go and do this on your job searches. You will see they're not looking for a specific degree. They're looking for, if they are asking for a degree, if at all, a 4-year degree in cybersecurity, computer science, or a related degree. Or a related degree. You can get down one path, figure out it's not the life for you, and pivot. That sounds like me. I have a bachelor's in math, and here I am doing networking engineering. Yeah, all a degree means, and my dad's the one that told me this, a degree just means you're trainable to an employer. That's all it means. It's a formality. Everyone has this misconception that, oh, well, if I get this 4-year degree in networking, it means all I can do is networking. Oh, if I get a 4-year degree in cybersecurity, it means all I can do is cybersecurity. Oh, I get a 4-year degree in computer science, all I can do is computer science. I have an associate's degree in network system administration. Am I doing network system administration? No. I'm getting a bachelor's in cybersecurity and risk assurance. Why? Because I know that shit, and it's going to be the quickest way for me to get a bachelor's degree just to check that stupid box. My current job, from the outside, you have to have a bachelor's degree or equivalent experience. Yeah. Get your Sec Plus and Net Plus, you'll get a 6-figure cyber job. Yes and no. I mean, I did that without a Security Plus or a Network Plus. I got my CISSP before my Network Plus. I got my CISSP before my A Plus. True story. I'm probably going to go for my Security Plus next weekend. That's right. I'm going to go for my Security Plus after my CISSP. Why? Because that's apparently a requirement for WGU. Why? I don't know. Like I said, checkbox. Either way, cybersecurity isn't for junior. That is true. You gotta start somewhere else. You gotta start in, networking and system administration and help desk. You gotta start walking before you can run. You'll get CISP after 3 years because I have not had 5 years experience mark yet. Fair enough. I didn't get my CISSP until I had 12 or 13 years of experience? I only got it just for shits and giggles. Because one of my buddies was going for it, and I was like, hey, that sounds fun. Work's willing to pay for it. Can I get in on that? But I feel a bit late as I'm 26, and if I start a bachelor degree in ML, that will take 3 years. Buddy, I'm starting my bachelor's degree and I'm 34. No such thing as too late. It's only too late if you never start. Technically, I didn't get a full-on cybersecurity job, with a cybersecurity in the title, until my 30s. Feel I've wasted years on random things, starting dropping out of schools. Welcome to the club! Tell me you have ADHD without saying you have ADHD. The reality is, there's no such thing as too late. There's only that you haven't started. And the only way that it's too late is if you never start. You're 45, bro, working on changing fields, but need those papers. Fair enough. The third-party API already exists and is open to public. There's proper authentication mechanism to use it. The guy responsible for using this said something interesting. Oh, wait. At work, I propose to use an API to send requests to a third-party enterprise system directly from our business website instead of going through their self-hosted, outdated middleware. The third-party API already exists and is open to the public. There is proper authentication mechanism to use it. The guy responsible for reviewing this change said something interesting. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you using SAML, OIDC, something else? I feel like there was a third point, because it said 2 of 3. You said, by using this API, you are raising security risk because you are opening the API more. How do you see that? Can you open the API more by using it? That's a bullshit answer. So the reality is there's not the answer of like opening the API more makes it more risky. It's more in how you're using the API. So if you look at SAML, Security Assertion Markup Language, as well as OIDC, I forget what that stands for, but it's an extension of OAuth. I think it's OAuth Identity. I always forget what OAuth stands for. OIDC. Open ID Connect. Yeah, so it's an OAuth 2.0 protocol. If you look at the way those two operate, they're basically ways that it interacts that it actually is more secure because it's exchanging information back and forth. Now, the way they work is different. There's certificates that are exchanged and stuff like that. But the point being, because they're also federated systems and that you don't have to log in and all that and all these, there's a lot of benefits to SAML, basically. I always favor SAML whenever possible. OAuth is there. Okay. So I don't see why they're saying it's opening up more, creating more security risk by using the API. If anything, by going directly in and avoiding a middleware, you're actually reducing the risk. Potentially. I mean, of course, I'm missing a few things that are going on there. I'm just talking about, if we're talking at surface level here, the less mechanisms that go into play, the more secure things can become because there's less things that can become an issue. But ultimately, when it comes to identity and access management, I tend to fall towards having things run under SAML or at least OIDC when using federated identity systems. That is, if they're not inside, then you have like Kerberos and LDAP and all that other stuff, but that's a whole other thing. Tesla V100 SXMT dual card external graphics 32G 64G. Check on AliExpress. What about that? Gonna be 30 either way, with or without a degree. Yeah. Red or blue teaming. What about it? Alright, so let's see. Let's carry on where we were last time. So, Vampire had this video from Data Slayer called The Internet Killer. Now, Data Slayer has some really cool stuff. If I'm not mistaken, this is talking about Halo, which is wireless internet over LoRa, which is on the ISM band in the USA. That's 902 to 928 megahertz, not 915. 915 is the center band that it's on. Let me make sure that the audio's working for y'all. God damn it. The NVIDIA card kind of annoys me because you got to do this sometimes, where you got to like coax it and force it to just go out. There we go. All right. Can you give a summary about your newest TikTok videos? AI is overhyped. It's good, but it's overhyped. That's the latest for the latest 4.
This runs a long-range radio.
Called it. Halo.
Megahertz, no Wi-Fi. This runs on Wi-Fi, no long-range radio. Different frequencies, different hardware. They have absolutely no way to talk to each other, except they just did. And that shouldn't be possible because these two devices don't share the same modulation technique, the same radio hardware, or even the same frequencies. And they definitely shouldn't understand each other unless what we think of as the internet isn't actually cables or towers. It's just routing. And once you realize that, some very strange things become possible. And by the end
looks
of
like a
this video,
Heltec
I'm gonna
V3.
show you where this is all heading with one of the strangest rigs I've ever constructed. I'm still shocked that...
So reticulum to a long-range radio to ATAC. Interesting.
It actually worked. But first, you need to understand what made that possible. Over the past few years, covering decentralized radio tech, building nodes, breaking things, and testing systems that most people never even see, I kept seeing the same name come up over and over. In the comments, in forums, in my DMs, a project I'd mostly ignored, Reticulum. Some people have started calling it the hacker network, not because it's illegal, but because it represents a completely different philosophy about how communication should work. Open.
I've been wanting to play with Reticulum more, but there's nobody really around me that does Reticulum as much, so it's kind of hard to play with as much. There's a bunch of Meshtastic people, like my solar node was going crazy, and I was having my Meshtastic chirpy a little recently. Today, where I was chatting with a few people on Meshtastic, and I can get about a 20-mile range. But yeah, this is not Meshtastic. This is using the same band as Meshtastic, but different technology.
Autonomous, sovereign communication that doesn't rely on permission or centralized infrastructure. And instead of just talking about it, I decided to build one to see if the idea actually holds up in the real world. But why do we need something like this at all? The problem is, today our devices are very capable, diverse, and ever-changing. But despite that, when we attempt to communicate, our data must flow through remote infrastructure run by other people. So if I want to send a message to Amelia, she's literally downstairs in the same house, something strange happens. That message doesn't just go from my device to hers.
Yep. So if it's an iPhone, which I think that's what it is, it basically has to go out your phone, out your ISP, all the way out to Apple servers, bounce back through the whole way back. Yeah, it basically just makes a whole loop around. It's weird when you think about it.
Instead, the packet leaves our home network, travels out to remote infrastructure run by companies we don't control, possibly hops across multiple data centers, sometimes across state lines, sometimes across countries.
Ew. It goes to the French, and then it just surrenders its data to the NSA. Come on, that was funny.
Passes through a chain of intermediaries, and only then does it come all the way back into the house to reach her phone. Two devices just a few feet apart. And to me, that just feels wrong. Most of our communication today is controlled by the communication cartels, which are centralized platforms and infrastructure that sit between us and decide how, when, and sometimes if we can talk. They effectively control our action potential in the digital world. They can shut us off intentionally, as we've seen in real-world crises.
I don't give Facebook permission to use my Twitch chat. Joke's on you. They have a pixel. They don't need your permission.
Suddenly disappear, or accidentally, like the Verizon outage last month that left millions without service. Now, I'll be honest, when I first looked at Reticulum...
You know, the funny thing is, when the Verizon outage and all that happens, like, I remember looking at my coworkers just turning on my ham radio, hitting the repeater, and saying, how's everybody else doing out there? Like, if my phone goes down, it's like, oh no, I can't use my phone. CQ.
I wasn't sold.
By the way, yes, I do carry my ham radio.
I mean, the ideas are beautiful, but I've seen a lot of beautiful ideas die in a GitHub repo. So I went deep. I read the docs, I watched Mark's Unstoppable Networks talk at Chaos Communication Congress, looked at real deployments.
I still want to go to CCC.
Mesh NYC, GiphyNet.
The Triple C is one of my bucket list conferences I do want to go to, but it's all the way in Germany.
Meshtastic communities, and the deeper I went, the more confused I got because the philosophy made sense, but I still couldn't answer one simple question. Does anyone actually use this? Or is it just another beautiful idea? I decided to stop wondering and just build the thing and see if we could put together our own parallel network. So I started with an R node, a full build from scratch. Now, Mark dropped a guide on his personal blog, unsigned.io, that walks you through the broad strokes. This build uses a T-beam LoRa board, an Adafruit NeoPixel, a small OLED display, and a very serious-looking, inspired military antenna.
I have a T-beam. Wait a minute. I got a T-beam. I was going to use this for my MQTT node that I was going to be putting for Meshtastic. It's a T-beam Supreme with 18650 on the back. I could get another one of these. Yep. Okay. One more project for my bucket.
Is 3D printed and everything runs on open source software. This particular build will sport a LoRa radio so that I can bring it into the mountains with me.
Yeah.
And I mostly use gear that I already had lying around, but I did have to grab a few small parts from Adafruit. And if you want to follow along, I put together a complete builder guide on my website because, full transparency, I hit a few walls. Now, before we go any further, I want to address the obvious question. If you've used Meshtastic or MeshCore, this might look familiar.
Yep.
Same LoRa hardware, similar form factor.
Yep.
So what's the difference?
Firmware.
Meshtastic is an incredible project. It treats the radio as the network. Every device talks to nearby devices, messages hop node to node, and everything revolves around that single LoRa transport layer.
Yeah, you got the
For
hell
lightweight
text over there.
messaging and telemetry, it's hard to beat. Reticulum does something fundamentally different though, because it's not a radio protocol, it's a full networking stack. So radios, Wi-Fi, Ethernet, serial cables. Reticulum treats all these as interchangeable interfaces, which means you can talk to people who don't have the same hardware as you because the network lives above the hardware, which means a single Reticulum network can span a incredibly slow 5-bit per second Morse code key on one end and a fiber optic line on the other.
You're telling me I can use my Morse code keyer on my Yaesu FT991A? Oh, that's going to be a fun thing to do. What are you doing? I'm sending an email over Morse code.
The spec has no physical upper bound in terms of bandwidth, and the protocol is smart about it. It discovers routes, measures link quality, and knows to send large transfers over fast links, not slow ones. A packet doesn't replicate endlessly across every node. Instead, it follows an established route. So at a high number of hops, overhead scales linearly and not exponentially. That's the core difference. Meshtastic builds a mesh of radios on the same frequency and configuration.
Yeah, you can totally do that with like WinLink and things like that too. There's several ways to do that. The thing about ham radio though is that you cannot use encryption over ham radio. That is one of the requirements when doing it over ham. That's why when you're doing Meshtastic, you know, there is a ham radio operator mode you can use, but when I do my Meshtastic, I'm not in ham radio operator mode because obviously I'm using AES encryption.
builds a network that can use radios but isn't limited by them. The other thing that sets it apart is identity. There are no usernames, no phone numbers, no IP addresses. Every device generates its own cryptographic identity, and your address on the network is derived from that identity. Encryption isn't bolted on after the fact, it's the foundation. All traffic is encrypted by default, and the origin of messages is obscured by design. Think of it less like traditional networking and more like how Web3 treats cryptography as a base layer that everything else is built on. And you don't need an R node to try this. You can run Reticulum over Wi-Fi with an app like Mesh Chat, or bridge multiple interface types at the same time. All right, so the R node is built. Now we just need to bring it to life. If you're using a stock supported board, you can flash the firmware straight from a web flasher, similar to Meshtastic, but because of this custom build, I needed to modify a few things. I used my
You're using a MacBook. I just want to point out, to flash this on a MacBook, he has to use this little dongle here to get a USB. Yeah, it's just funny how Mac users have to do all that. But anyway.
IDE to tweak the code, compile a build, and flash it to the device. Now, one R node is interesting, but to actually prove what we talked about, we need a pair. So I'm also going to flash a bare LoRa32 v3, which, if it looks familiar, that's because it was running Meshtastic about
Yeah, that looks like a Heltec, if I'm not mistaken.
Hardware, completely different network. For the client side, there are a few options. You have apps like Sideband, NomadNet, but the one I had the most luck with is a desktop app called Mesh Chat. So that's what we'll use. So let's start simple. 2 devices, both on Wi-Fi. Reticulum discovers the path automatically and messages go through. Nothing exotic yet, but watch the network visualizer. You can actually see the route forming in real time.
Called it LTEC.
To something more interesting. Same message, but now it's traveling over 915 megahertz LoRa. No Wi-Fi, no internet, no infrastructure at all. Just 2 radios and open spectrum. Now the one I've been waiting for. This is what I teased at the top of the video. 1 device on LoRa, 1 device on Wi-Fi. So on my phone here, I have sideband going.
Hold up. So let me just theorize this for a second here. Because we're classier than some wannabe cybersecurity people that use Notepad. We're going to use a diagram tool. If you know, you know. So I'm thinking, like, I could probably do this. Raspberry Pi to get your Ethernet in over here. And then probably tie this into, like, the LoRa T-Beam. So the LilyGo T-Beam, just like I was trying to do with MQTT. So that would be LoRa. That'd be your 915 megahertz. So you could tie that in over USB. So, do that over USB. So I think you could probably do that and then be able to broadcast it out over there and then have everything else go out over here and then even broadcast it internally into the Wi-Fi. I'm just thinking, that could be fun. To a low node server to my Raspberry Pi. Yeah. Taking too long. Just ChatGPT it. No! ChatGPT is going to take too long. But yeah, I'm thinking this could be usable, just like what I was going to do with the MQTT, because I was thinking with the same thing, I was going to take a Raspberry Pi, connect it over USB to the T-Beam, but do with MQTT so it would actually connect over the internet for Meshtastic groups there. Yeah.
Sideband spins up its own local instance of Reticulum on this device. This device is connected to the network over Wi-Fi. It doesn't have any LoRa radio or anything like that. It's just connected over the Wi-Fi interface. The other node is a standard R node. This is using a T-Beam, and it's only using LoRa as the Reticulum interface. And then the client is Mesh Chat on my computer here, and I have a conversation going between these two devices, between the two clients. And so I can show you that real quick. If I send a message from here, I can say, let's go. And the light turns on the R node, and we also see the message show up over here. It's just cool that you can basically bridge dissimilar radios. That's what I think is so cool about it. Now the magic under the hood is that I have a third node that has both a Wi-Fi interface and a LoRa interface, and that's what makes it possible for a device with only a LoRa radio to talk to a device with only a Wi-Fi 2.4 gigahertz radio. I just think that's super cool, super powerful.
Where does ATAC come into play with this?
Advantages of Reticulum. Completely different radios, completely different frequencies, and Reticulum bridges them like it's nothing. That's what a hardware agnostic network stack looks like in practice. Now, full transparency, the software didn't work perfectly out of the box. I had to tweak configs, resolder one connection, and debug quite a bit. So if you want to build one yourself, I documented all of those hard-won insights that aren't obvious until you've already broken something in the builder guide linked below. LoRa is just one pathway, which is exactly what got me thinking. What if the interface wasn't LoRa at all, but something faster, longer range, and already
there you go, Wi-Fi Halo.
Now, up to this point, we've been proving that Reticulum works, sending messages between radios, encryption, decentralized, cool. But can it power something even bigger? So I did something slightly ridiculous. I installed Reticulum on my Haven nodes and used the Wi-Fi Halo card as the transport layer. And suddenly, we weren't just sending messages between radios, we actually had a long-range IP mesh with a sovereign routing layer on top, running completely independent of traditional infrastructure. Just two nodes, open spectrum, and a whole lot of math. We have two Haven nodes.
Two nodes, one network.
Raspberry Pis
Pinky.
running OpenMANA, so they're basically acting as router boards.
This is where the new card
within
computer can be utilized.
these configurations,
Maybe.
there are Morse Micro Halo cards. Wi-Fi Halo 802.11AH. It's also running some other fancy stuff like 802.11s. So conceptually, we have the blue node, we have the green node. What's interesting and unique about this setup is that on both of these, I've installed Reticulum, so the Linux version of Reticulum, and both of them are running Reticulum. Now with Reticulum, you define interfaces. So these
Halo, I think is longer range, if I'm not mistaken.
each have like traditional
longer
Wi-Fi
range,
radios.
higher
I think
bandwidth.
they have Bluetooth and other radios on board, but the interface is on the Morse Micro Wi-Fi Halo card, which I have configured currently.
Like Halo can do 6 megabit per second a couple miles out, I think.
On channel 28. So, and I'm drawing a blank as to what the channel width is.
Or maybe
on
even
that.
faster.
So let me check that real quick. So if I go to quick config,
got
so 8 megahertz,
yeah.
Channel 28, but I could just as easily go over 4
Or
to
6
1
megabytes.
based on, if I want to optimize for like range or something. But the cool thing is just we have Reticulum. The
6
interface
megabytes,
is
not 6
Wi-Fi Halo.
megabits.
Reticulum doesn't really care what the radio is. And what I'm showing you right now is a Python script that I'll throw in this repo. And it's just giving you all the stats. And it's refreshing in real time here. And so basically they address each other over their unique hashes. It has some metrics about the signal. So like the frequency of the channel, and you can see the signal right there is negative 1 dBm. There's basically no loss. The antennas are right next to each other. This one's reporting negative 6, but the signal's really good. But I can also prove that this is in fact a live feed, because if I remove this antenna, we're going to see that signal jump up to, in this case, negative 34. So it actually still gets a signal from conductor to conductor, but
I wouldn't really remove the antenna while
but
it's
the point
transmitting,
is
but
you can see the metrics respond in real time as we change.
You can
the
potentially
physical
fry a
configuration,
transceiver
and
when you
they're
do that.
Sending data. So you see down here with packets, it's sending data from the green node to the blue node. The blue node's not sending anything back to the green node. That's fine. And so you can set up your interfaces in different ways, but this is using just a UDP interface. What's cool about this is, with Wi-Fi Halo and these open MANA setups, we're already using WPA3 SAE for the encryption over Wi-Fi, but once it hits the device, that encryption terminates and you get plain text. Reticulum is more like cryptographically complete. Like you have to have a hash, each entity signs with each other, and so everything is a little bit more private. Like you also can't tell the origin of different nodes because it doesn't get passed in the header information, unlike TCP/IP where it does. But what's more interesting to me than just like the privacy centricity of it is the fact that it can bridge interfaces. Like, I think when the guy was coming up with this Reticulum project, I don't think like Halo was really that popular. I'm not even sure if he had Halo on his radar, and yet it works fine with Halo because it's agnostic to the radio. And what's really powerful is you could have another interface on the same Reticulum node that runs over something like Wi-Fi 2.4 or Wi-Fi 5 gigahertz, and then suddenly a Wi-Fi 5 gigahertz enabled device can talk to a Wi-Fi Halo device as long as there's a bridge somewhere, and all that bridging happens automatically. And then Reticulum just scales up linearly, not exponentially, because it doesn't flood and repeat packets everywhere. So lots of kind of tailwinds in terms of how this project works.
I mean, sure, if you want to do that.
It's designed to be autonomous. It's designed to be interoperable, secure, and it's all open source. And so I just think this is pretty exciting. If things continue to work as I've been observing them working, Reticulum is going to be part of standard operating procedure for Haven. I've already added it to the guide with information. A lot of scripts that took a lot of troubleshooting to get working are going to be up on GitHub. So feel free to check those out. And there's a lot more kind of meat on the bone here in terms of like exploring the art of what's possible. So if anyone kind of does anything wild, exotic, crazy, definitely let me know about it. I'd be interested. So anyways, that is Reticulum data going.
So what I think would be interesting is if you could actually use this, tie it into a mobile hotspot. Let's say you get a mobile hotspot tied in, or even satellite internet, whatever, just a mobile internet, into this device. Pump in Wi-Fi Halo 2.4 5/6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. You could have a device that covers all of that, and if you can tie LoRa into that, you could have a base station to cover all bases, basically, and have a base station for everyone to talk through Reticulum. That'd be pretty interesting. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Meshtastic. It's great for what it is. But it is definitely more popular than Reticulum. This is definitely more interesting. It's definitely going to take more time for, I think, to get more popular. But yeah. Are you aware if the AliExpress hotspot, the Wi-Fi hotspot's like $400? There's a lot of things in AliExpress. I'm not sure which one. Neighborhood RNS security chat? Potentially. The problem is, most of my neighborhood already looks at me as the crazy guy with antennas. Alright? They already kind of like know like to take me seriously, but don't also take me seriously until it's a little bit too late on security issues. I don't know. That's just the curse of cybersecurity. Nobody takes you seriously, and everybody thinks you're just a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist until you're proven right, and then you're just sitting there like, I tried to tell you. You thought it was crazy, but no.
From Haven node to Haven node. And then I tried something that I really didn't think was gonna work. I ran ATAC over it. And then for those of you who don't know, ATAC is Android Tactical Awareness
but you
Kit.
can work like a router.
It's a mapping tool that's good for like search and rescue, small units in off-grid situations, has a bunch of networking capabilities under the hood. It's fully open source, and it was originally released by, I think, like the Department of Defense. So pretty powerful, in use in the military, in use
Yeah, I've been
domestically,
wanting to learn more
different
about
like
ATAC because
governmental
I wanted
agencies
to
and
get
things like
more
that.
into
So
search and rescue because
lots of
eventually I want to get my
interest
FEMA
in this
certification.
project. Okay, and so this is the final example that I have. So again, two
FEMA
Haven
cert for
nodes, which
comms.
are running OpenMANA, which is essentially OpenWRT. It's running on Raspberry Pi hardware, and they are connected, they're bridged only by a Morse Micro Wi-Fi Halo 802.11ah Wi-Fi chip. And specifically, it's going over the 915 megahertz frequency. I have ATAC running on two end user devices here, so two Android devices. This guy is connected to this guy's 2.4 Wi-Fi, so that would kind of go there logically. And then this guy is connected to the Green's either 2.4 or 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi. I'm not really sure, but these are on those networks like that. And they can see each other. So if I like go to chat or if I go to the map or something, I can see the other device. But what's interesting about this is the data is actually flowing over reticulum, and reticulum is using the Halo card as its interface. And so on these computers, I have a script running. I'm just going to get it going on this one. That is essentially logging the data that's being sent across the devices. So on these, we can see some details about the frequency and the RSSI, but we can also see the occasional cursor on target data that gets sent back and forth. And you'll see that like every few seconds. But if I send a message, say, can
Thank you for that sub there. Midnight Poet, appreciate your sub there. Don't know why the song cut off.
Question mark.
Appreciate you.
Okay, so now we see the message. It doesn't say cursor on target.
Happy
it says
hacking.
chat.
Midnight Poet.
And we see it over here as well. It was compressed and it was chunked into two different fragments, and then it was sent. So we see that show up on both of the SSH logs here. And I should have mentioned, this computer is connected to this guy's OpenMANA Lucy interface. This computer is connected to this guy's OpenMANA Lucy interface. And they're both running the same log. They're just tailing the log. And that log is designed to give details about the reticulum data transfer. So COT and SA, or chat data, the way these work out of the box is sent over multicast, which has a certain IP address.
Does he have to have two Mac computers to do this, really?
We just run a reticulum bridge Python script that kind of hijacks that and then sends it
that
over
just threw me through a
reticulum.
loop.
To get that to work, you just run this Python script on both of these devices. You typically start it on one, it'll generate a hash, and then you start it on the other, but you'll provide an argument of that hash. But yeah, so data can flow over reticulum, which is really cool, but it can also flow over reticulum using the Wi-Fi Halo interface. So these can go long range. I'm using the 8 megahertz channel right now, but you could bring that down to 1 megahertz and you can get quite a bit of distance. Would you want to use reticulum for something like this? Potentially. These Wi-Fi networks are using WPA3 SAE, but reticulum does a whole lot of other cool, interesting things beyond just, the kind of cryptography centricity that it brings to communications. It also brings like the autonomous networking, and it brings the bridging of disparate radio modulation techniques, which is incredibly cool. So like, for instance, these are talking over Halo, cool. But reticulum on this could actually bridge all the Wi-Fi radios. And you can actually end up in a network topology where a device that only has, say, for instance, a LoRa radio can talk to a device that has, for instance, only.
You could also allow for
Wi-Fi,
failover,
which is cool. It's something that we haven't really seen before. Usually these mesh networks are pretty rigid about staying on the same frequency channel and all that stuff, and reticulum just is more agnostic towards the actual radio, focuses on the network part, which makes it super powerful. So yep, reticulum with ATAC, it works. We're sending messages, potentially could do other cool things like voice and all that, but
so it's essentially, if I'm not mistaken, basically moving the networking aspect of it higher up on the OSI layer, because you're not focusing on the physical aspect of it. You're focusing on the logical aspects of it. Cool.
I'm going to throw this code all up on GitHub so you guys can run it yourself if you want. And yeah, I'm pretty impressed with this. So did not think.
Okay, GitHub. I just want to check that out. Okay, Haven. I'll have to poke at this later.
That was going to work, and it just, I don't know, it just feels powerful. Like I'm doing all this stuff. Like I could give this to you know, search and rescue team, and give this to another team, or on camp or farm or what have you, and you know, that you can be communicating, and it's private, it's secure, it's powerful, it's using pretty slick tech, both on the software and the hardware front. So overall, very,
what's up, Kara?
very
how's it going, buddy?
With what this stuff can do. And if Reticulum continues to deliver, and I have no major hurdles, it's definitely going to be part of the parallel tech stack. Now, ATAC normally expects Wi-Fi or cellular, basically a traditional network stack, infrastructure, etc. But underneath, Reticulum is routing cursor on target traffic across Halo radios, compressing it, fragmenting it to fit within Reticulum's 500 byte MTU, and reassembling it on the other side, encrypted end to end. A fully open source, decentralized, cryptographically complete tactical networking stack, which I'm sure is going to earn me another email from the Department of Defense. But honestly, this does blow my mind, because moments like this are why I started building in the first place. And I couldn't be here without you, not as an audience, but as people building this alongside me, because every experiment, every comment, every person quietly following along and then showing up in the Discord with something they built, it really pushes us one step closer to something bigger. A parallel network we don't rent, we actually own. Now, all the details about getting Reticulum running on the Haven node and then creating that bridge that ATAC can make use of is all going to be open sourced and on a GitHub repo, which you can find in the description below. Now, before I go, I want to leave you with something you've probably never seen before. So for the R node that we built, I actually ordered a few different faces using different composites from 3D printing companies on JLC 3DP and CraftCloud. And with that, I may have gone a little bit overboard. This is the R node faceplate, except it's printed in TC4 titanium, which is aerospace grade. It's stronger than steel at half the weight. I know, completely unnecessary, which is exactly why I love it. Because if building infrastructure doesn't depend on anyone's permission, it might as well look like it belongs on a spacecraft. And if you want to get caught up on the latest in the off-grid IP mesh radio space, check out this next video.
Hey, what?
Gotta get my bicep.
Didn't mean to turn on that video. Meant to just minimize it. This little guy, that's what you're talking about? The ZTE U60 Pro? 5G little hotspot. I mean, it's something. I don't know if I want to spend $400 on a mobile hotspot. I have one right now that I'm using for stingray detection that works plenty fine. Alright, so speaking of operating system detection, so Colorado lawmakers push for age verification at the operating system level because apparently these politicians need to ride the short bus every day to work. Like, how dumb do you have to be to really be like, yeah, we should require, you to verify your age to an operating system? Yeah. That's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen in my house. Not gonna happen on my Linux machines. Wait, California passed AB 1043? Hold on, what was this? They actually passed this one? Software applications and online services. Well, that was for online services. But still, this is really dumb. This is really dumb. We are getting to levels of stupidity with our politicians. Like, we need to elect more people that actually have technical competency. This is the problem. We have too many lawyers in politics that know nothing about technology. They obviously don't talk to any of us professionals to know that how unrealistic a lot of this stuff is. I think it's high time it's high time a lot of us actually start electing more hackers. Check out the specs, it's fast. I don't need fast. I just need it to work. I don't think you understand. I grew up with dial-up. The internet is fast enough. My biggest complaint right now is that we don't have symmetrical bandwidth. Not that it's not fast enough, just that it's not symmetrical. You're writing some letters. You know it's big when millennials end up writing letters. Because millennials don't like to write. Gavin Newsom needs to retire already. He's pissing me off. Yeah, Gavin Newsom's pulled some really big blunders. And Gavin Newsom is a prime example of what I tell people. Democrats are not a whole lot better than Republicans. Now, I'm not saying Republicans are, saints either. They're a whole other shit sandwich variety themselves. It's the old, South Park saying. It's a giant douche versus a turd sandwich. Now, it just so happened the worst dichotomy we had of the two was you had Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In that case, it was the biggest chasm between, two shitty candidates. One was just severely less shitty than the other. Usually it's just they're both shitty, just slightly less shitty than the other. You get what I'm saying? Actually, you're Gen Z, so I absolutely won't be calling. All right, okay. Exactly. This is what I said about my e-bike post. These people pass laws without testing the products. They're both a side of the same evil coin. Exactly. And this is why, look, I'm not as, I forget what the word would be. I'm not as, puritanical as to say, oh, I'm always going to vote third party. I will entertain third party if given the right candidate. I voted Gary Johnson in 2016. I voted Joe Jorgensen in 2020. I voted Kamala in 2024, but that was because I didn't really care for Chase Oliver in the Libertarian Party. And let's be honest, Jill Stein is a really big turd sandwich. But I have historically voted Republican, Democrat, Green, Libertarian at local, state, county, and federal elections. This is really loud. Why do you always ask that? Yeah, Kamala. Yeah, what's the issue there? I mean, I was right on Donald Trump with the whole, shit idea with the tariffs and everything. I didn't really care for Chase Oliver. Jill Stein was not that a great of a choice either. I didn't like her in 2020 either. How many other people do you know actually can name all four candidates that were on the ballot? I just want to put that out there. I'm more informed, I would have to say, than most Americans when it comes to the election, because I actually can name more than 2 candidates on the ballot. But, yeah. Alright, chip fabs in space. Oh, God. We're going to be talking about Elon Musk's latest ketamine-fueled idea. Now, this whole idea that Elon Musk has is another prime example of when I tell people, Elon Musk has come up with the same ideas I had in college when I was ripping bongs. The difference is he just has a lot more money. So when you're rich and you spew ideas that my stoned ass in college would say, suddenly it's okay because you have money. But when you're broke and have these same ideas, you're just a dumbass. It's like the same issue as like, oh, when you're poor, you're crazy. But when you're rich, you're eccentric. You see what I mean?
In July 2025, a startup called Varda Space Industries raised $187 million to make drugs in orbit. They're not the only startup trying to make stuff in space.
Not everyone owns poppies.
StarCloud, formerly called Lumen Orbit,
we should all have
$21 million
but the
to
damn
try and
DEA.
assemble a 5-gigawatt data center in space. And tech giants Elon and Bezos have been talking a great deal about putting AI data centers in space.
Dumb idea.
A few people on the internet have riffed off these trends and ideas to also ask, why not do semiconductors in space too? Bezos himself said all the way back in 2016, we can build gigantic chip factories in space. Sure we can, but it's not going to be practical. In this video, John spends way too much time on space fabs. This video is brought to you by the Asianometry Patreon. Let's start with the reasons why people think we should be putting AI data centers in space.
Because they were in their dorm rooms, ripping bongs way too much. Okay, but let's see what his reason is.
Part of this recent push seems to be frustration with how long the data center build-outs
Turns out our
have been
atmosphere is
taking
kind
here
of
on
important.
Earth.
Oh my God!
Shortages
Oxygen's
or local
important?
opposition.
I never knew!
With regards to the latter blocker, there are no local residents in space that I personally know of, so presumably we bypass that. With regards to the former, energy, there is something kind of compelling. Up in space, a data center taking a specific Earth orbit can face the sun for extended periods of time. And without clouds or atmosphere, solar panels generate anywhere from 3 to 10 times more power. There are also other cited reasons. Elon has said that space is cold, implying that we can vent the waste heat into it, though many have noted that in a vacuum, heat dissipation can only happen via radiation. More on this later. And data connections
I never thought
with
about how heat
space-based
radiation
fabs
works
are
in the
assumed
vacuum.
to work faster
Yeah.
because signals can travel faster through the vacuum of space than within optical fibers. I don't know if that's right or not. Maybe it's right, maybe it's not. I don't know. This video isn't about data centers. It's about space fabs.
Okay.
Before we begin, I want to point you to Nick Pfeiffer and Professor Glenn Chapman at Simon Fraser University. Their work in the late 1990s and early 2000s really set the tone.
I love his
for
comment
the
says, I love his beard.
space-based semiconductor research field. It was not the only source I used for this video, but my personal favorite. Go check them out. Perhaps the single most significant benefits of space-based semiconductor manufacturing are the cleanliness and vacuum. Semiconductor manufacturing fundamentally demands cleanliness. Stray particles like pollutants from the outside environment or previous steps falling onto the wafer or interfering with equipment cause defects that hurt yield and profits. Well, if you want nothing, then you will find plenty of that in space. The vacuum of space in low Earth orbit is measured at about 10 to the minus 5 to the minus 8 pascals. The most abundant thing up there is atomic oxygen, produced by the sun's UV rays hitting the oxygen in the atmosphere. More on this later, it is not a trivial thing. In semiconductor manufacturing, a high vacuum environment is classified as being at 10 to the negative 1 to negative 5 pascals, and an ultra-high vacuum environment is classified as being between 10 to the negative 7 to negative 9 pascals. These are non-standard measurements, so there is some variation, but the point is that low Earth orbit meets the particle density requirements for an advanced fab.
It's intercepted
On Earth,
midway
fabs
by
maintain
ChatGPT for a
to
data
change
center.
out the air, filter the air of particles, and maintain temperature. About half of a clean room's operating costs are from HVAC systems, though I want to note this is a very rough number. And certain tools require a vacuum. I remember visiting the massive high-NA EUV machine at ASML. The second thing you notice about it, after how big it is how loud it gets. Those are the pumps maintaining a vacuum environment for the EUV light. Other tools that require some form of vacuum include those for chemical vapor deposition, dry etch, ion implantation, and sputter physical vapor deposition. Up in orbit, we can get the strong vacuum for basically free. Just open a side vent to the outside. It is simple, saves energy, and avoids potentially damaging pump vibrations. The resulting environment is thus very clean.
Yeah, but how would you get this stuff out into space and then bring the stuff down?
Oxygen from wafting in and interacting with wafers, Pfeiffer recommends placing those side vents in the space fab's wake, so away from incoming oxygen atoms. Something that came to mind when I heard about this was the space radiation. Space radiation describes protons and atomic nuclei traveling through the universe. Much of it is solar wind from the sun, but there are other particles from nearby stars and galaxies. The Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field deflects many of the...
I'll be honest, this has always intrigued me, but this is like a very weak point in my knowledge of science. So, yeah.
These particles, and most simply pass through things untouched. But a percentage of these energized particles do leave an impact. In doing so, they knock around atoms and potentially shift the chip's crystal lattice. This leaves behind vacancy defects, a missing atom in the lattice, or interstitial defects, an additional atom in the lattice. This can cause the chip to degrade in performance and eventually fail. It is why electronic products sent into space have to be hardened, and why solar cells in space slowly degrade over time. Pfeiffer addresses this, saying that a 200mm wafer receives less than 10 rads of effective radiation damage if it does not have an electric field applied to it. Such damage, he says, can be easily repaired with a simple annealing. This seems reasonable, but I note that this assertion was made 25 years ago. As Moore's law progresses and transistors get smaller, even a small amount of lattice damage can have significant consequences.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Another thing that concerns me are the
scenarios where solar radiation has affected computers on Earth. Oh yeah, that I know about. We've had solar radiation that has gone crazy. So as you know, I've made the radio weather report bot because solar weather patterns affect radio conditions, and I have it update in the Discord every half hour, and you can see, this is for just 10 minutes ago. You can see the radio conditions right now, all good, clear, for everything. You can see the aurora pattern. You can see the X-ray goes, but then you can go back like another half hour, see it fluctuates, and just see the aurora pattern is fluctuated just a little bit. If we go back even further, because this is every half hour or so, we can start seeing... let's see if we can go earlier on in the day. Of course, we have to have a good day, so I can't show my point. Yeah, so if we go back a little bit earlier... Where is this? 9:30 in the morning. Yeah, you can see, like, right here, the X-ray pattern. Like, this changes really fast for the X-ray flux. That's just a 6-hour period. You can see how it statically changes over a few minutes at a time. And this is coming from NOAA's data. But, yeah, so this is wild how fast this changes, and this can affect our radio patterns. Now, of course, we've had good solar weather right now, but this can change on a whim where the 6-meter band is kind of like the magic band. It'll, like, open up suddenly, and it gets chatty. The 10-meter band is the magic band, actually. That'll open up, and people can start talking, same as the 6-meter band. These will be a little bit more solar dependent. Some will be better during the day or night. But yeah. So this is on Discord, and if you want to run this bot yourself, this is part of the Penguin Overlord bot that I have in GitHub. And then I do have the Solar Storm Scout as well that runs on Blue Sky and Mastodon. Those are also on GitHub. That one runs every hour and a half.
Mild temperature swings in space. As I hinted at earlier, fab HVAC systems not only include filters and pumps for cleaning the air or producing a vacuum, but also chillers regulating the temperature. More energy is actually spent on the latter. If 50% of a clean room's operating cost is HVAC, then 30 of that 50% are chillers.
That's ridiculous.
Heat can come from the outside, like the sun's rays, or via dissipation from the inside, like heat-producing equipment. Without an atmosphere, temperatures can swing from negative 220 to positive 220 degrees Celsius. These tools release a lot of heat. Some are literal ovens, while being super temperature sensitive. The wafers themselves are just as sensitive too. Variations on their surfaces create
January
physical
20-ish.
distortions and can mess with the delicate process chemistry.
A little bit from 0
As
to
mentioned
1,
earlier, the primary
data
method to
center
remove
space.
heat
Pretty
in a
much.
vacuum is to radiate it away. The International Space Station
Like
uses
this,
liquid
tour of
ammonia
TSMC
to
once
actively
on YouTube.
circulate
I
heat
think it'd be cool to get a tour of
big
that once.
radiators, each about as wide and long as a city bus.
Jeez.
Engineers have been dealing with thermal challenges in space for as long as we have been sending stuff to space, and maybe the orbit can help fix it. I'm no satellite designer, but the sheer amount of heat to dissipate away looks like a significant obstacle.
I can imagine.
The second defining thing about space is the microgravity. Low Earth orbit is not zero gravity. A satellite orbiting 400 kilometers above the Earth's surface is just 6% further away than a guy on the ground. So gravity's pull on the satellite is 88% that of the guy. So the weightlessness comes from the fact that the satellite is constantly falling towards the Earth. It creates something equivalent to a zero-gravity environment, Einstein's principle of equivalence at work here, but not the same. Ergo, people like to say microgravity rather than zero gravity. Gases and liquids act differently in microgravity, like the relative density of substances do not matter when they mix, which means that we do not have any sedimentation or buoyancy. Particles don't fall, bubbles don't rise. Without gravity to pull them down, liquids are most affected by their surface tension. When by themselves, they take
Sparkling
a spherical
water must
shape.
suck in
When
space.
in a container, they no longer fit the shape of those containers. And on surfaces, they spread out into thin films and tenaciously cling on. Some process steps are gravity neutral, or even do better in microgravity. The various chemical or physical vapor deposition
Swimming
methods
would be
fall
terrifying
into
in
this
zero
category.
gravity. Oh my
They
god,
deposit
can you
thin layers of
imagine?
material onto surfaces. CVD via gaseous chemical precursors, PVD via smashing particles off a source so they drift to the target. These work. Some might even work better in microgravity. An issue with CVD, for instance, is understanding the complex mixing of gases of varying densities at different temperatures, convection. That is no longer an issue. Crystal growing is another thing. This has been studied for some 60 years. The general theoretical expectation is that we can grow larger, purer, and better crystals than we can on Earth. Single crystal silicon ingots can be grown using a method called the floating zone method. We melt a portion of polysilicon feedstock and let it gently pour down to merge with a silicon seed crystal. It's very pure because the melt never touches a container's sidewalls. But on Earth, we are limited to wafers of about 200 millimeters with this method because gravity. Microgravity obviously changes this. The big problem are when things involve liquids. In microgravity, liquids lose their predicted behavior, causing breaking changes to the tool. We must either re-engineer the tool or take on a dry alternative. Also, in a vacuum, exposed liquids start boiling off as their molecules start pulling apart, releasing potentially contaminating vapors, an unfortunate side effect of having a vacuum everywhere. Unfortunately, we use a lot of liquids in the semiconductor space, wet cleans to start. A large portion of our existing process node involves just cleaning contaminants like particles, metallic and ionic residues, and organic residues off the wafer.
Think about just if you've ever made a PCB, a lot of the acids we use just to etch the PCB and stuff. Now, I've never made a semiconductor, but I can imagine the process is very similar. I'm not sure how that process would translate if you were to make that in space, but I can't think it would really, translate completely. I wonder how hard it would be to launch an amateur satellite for growing bismuth crystals. I don't know. I got a book upstairs for amateur satellite stuff, because eventually I wanted to do some satellite, stuff. It's a thing. You can do it in ham radio.
Wet cleans use ultra-pure water, or in the case of a style of cleaning called RCA clean, liquid acids and alkalines for this cleaning. They are performed in baths or with sprays.
Right.
The best dry alternative to RCA clean is probably plasma etch. The fab can produce a weakly ionized plasma, perhaps using atomic oxygen collected from space, and expose that plasma to the wafer. This is already done to strip photoresist layers off the wafer after lithography. The major challenges are that 1, it just takes longer, and 2, it is an etch process. We can try to control it, but there will be risk of damaging the chip itself. Another wet-based process that will fail is spin coating. Lithography requires a photoresist. When exposed to light, the resist hardens and retains the chip's design information during the subsequent etch step. Today, the photoresist is...
So, I already was thinking Elon Musk was kind of an idiot for many things. This is one of more of those things where it's dude, you do not know what the hell you're talking about when you're we'll just manufacture things in space. Sure, when a rich man says it, he's smart. But when I, say it, when I, have a few bong tokes, in college back a few years ago, oh, suddenly, you're just a dumb stoner. How come he can say it with, a lot more money and suddenly it's not as crazy?
A liquid applied onto the wafer using a spin coat machine. The machine spins the wafer at a very high rate, and we then slowly pour the resist onto the surface, causing it to spread out into a nice, even layer. In microgravity, the photoresist will not stay on the wafer. The machines also use vacuum suction cups to hold the wafer, which too will fail. So we must turn to non-liquid dry photoresists.
He just got enough money to
In 2000, Chapman and Pfeiffer proposed an all-dry resist system that uses a bilayer of inorganic carbon and aluminium and can be etched using reactive ion
What are they making?
etching.
Oh, we're talking about if they were to fabricate things in space and just how unrealistic it is.
Method. Overall, it works, except it is not very sensitive to UV light, which is not good for throughput. I've not heard anything about this technology since the mid-1990s. Fortunately, the industry is already moving towards other dry-resist solutions to adapt to the stricter conditions of EUV lithography. Metal oxide resists from JSR and Lam Research are applied using vapor deposition. They are also slower, but there is no choice. Today's leading-edge fabs largely use EUV and immersion 193nm lithography machines. The majority of layers are done using the latter, which is a
193
problem
nanometer.
because immersion depends
large.
on pumping ultra-pure water between the lens and wafer to raise the tool's numerical aperture. The use of liquid water is untenable in vacuum. It boils off immediately, so we need a pressurized mini-chamber. Plus, in microgravity, the water acts in such unexpected ways to necessitate an extensive redesign, like to prevent defect-causing bubbles, for instance. To me, this is a no-go from the very start. How about an EUV machine? Maybe this is better. EUV light already needs a vacuum, though again I worry that oxygen atoms in LEO space can enter and degrade the mirror surfaces. And in microgravity, the big EUV mirrors won't weigh anything, which, in theory, can reduce the tool's overall size and complexity. Just for fun, can we even send an EUV machine into space? Per ASML, an EUV NXE 3300 machine, so not high-NA EUV, is 150,000 kilograms and has a volume of 765 cubic meters.
So I'm gonna say no.
This may or may not include the drive laser, cooling plant, hydrogen gas support system, and other subfloor equipment. Falcon Heavy cannot send that up, so you would have to wait for Starship. The problem, however, is that the EUV machine famously uses an immense amount of energy. One machine eats about 1 to 2 megawatts.
Woo!
Producing a megawatt in space wouldn't be impossible, though it would certainly need a massive solar panel. The real question to ask is how are you going to dissipate 1 megawatt of heat generated by the machine? That is 14 times more than what the International Space Station's radiators reject. Back of an envelope, such a radiator array might get as big as a football field. There are other things that I am thinking about. How do you catch and retain the tin droplets in space without gravity? How do you prevent all the space fab's jitters and random movements and counter reactions from ruining the precise lithography overlay? I can do this all day, but let's just keep going. Let us just assume that any space fab maker goes and rebuilds ASML's 193i or EUV machines, but smaller, more energy efficient, more physically stable, and needing less maintenance. Easy. After patterning the wafer, we need to do the etch step. There are two types of etch,
to make a
wet
graph
and
representing
dry.
the
Wet etch dumps
crazy
and shakes the
acceptability
patterned
ratio.
wafer.
Is that like the hot crazy ratio? You know, with dating? You know the one I'm talking about, Abby. You date women too.
Wafer inside a tub of acid etchant. Since it involves a tub of liquid, we cannot use that. Bubbles formed by the chemical reactions also can't be easily shaken off due to the lack of buoyancy, preventing fresh etchant from reaching the wafer surface and creating defects. Fortunately, the industry has largely adopted dry etch tools, reactive ion etch, plasma ashing, etc., to take advantage of certain directional etch benefits compared to their wet alternatives. But wet etch is still used for a few process steps where those benefits are not necessary. These would need to be replaced with dry etch. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder, between the cleaning and etching, how many plasma etch tools we're going to need on this space fab.
Jeez.
Another significant...
And if you think about it, like, you ever seen how big these fabs are for, like, chips? They're massive. They're like city size. You ain't gonna make this shit in space.
Chemical mechanical polishing, or CMP. We use CMP for planarization, i.e. making things flat. ICs have multiple layers stacked on top of each other, so a non-flat surface can lead to serious defects. CMP combines the mechanical action of a grinding pad with a reactive chemical slurry to grind down layers of material to produce a very flat and level surface.
And see, you got another liquid right there.
Since that slurry is liquid, it cannot be used in microgravity.
Yup.
The thing is that CMP works so well that dry alternatives have not been explored. There are variations, adding ultrasonics or changing pads, but the slurry has always been there. So we need something entirely new. What that is, I have no suggestions. Another issue to consider is wafer handling. How do we transport wafers between tools and hold them inside the tool and not damage the wafer too? I mentioned one method earlier.
Just throw them like
in passing,
frisbees between the
vacuum
pods.
Suction. This
Zero
one
gravity.
is untenable in a vacuum
Ultimate
environment
frisbee.
because we need atmospheric pressure outside of the suction. The brain-dead simplest way to do it on Earth is with a spatula-like effector that scoops up the wafer like a pancake. This obviously does not work in microgravity. The robot arm can pinch the wafer at the edges, but that risks damage. So probably your best bet is something along the lines of an electrostatic chuck. This creates an electric field to securely attach the wafer to the clamp. They are already used in vacuum environments like the EUV machine. We cannot use this all the time, however, because the electric field's presence can attract space radiation, possibly leading to more damage. In any case, every tool in our space fab has to be re-engineered for this new wafer handling system. Unlike data centers, fabs need to be constantly supplied with a variety of raw ingredients like chemicals, silicon wafers, metals, and precursor gases. They also need spare parts and access to maintenance. When a tool like a lithography machine breaks down, and it often does, we need to get it back online as fast as possible. Every minute of downtime costs a commercial fab tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
An engineer has to put on a clean suit and go into the clean room to see what is going on. And if something needs replacing, a new part needs to be available within hours. They cannot wait to take the next SpaceX rocket up. And as for lift costs, Pfeiffer's 2000 thesis did an economic analysis for the operating costs of an all-dry space fab system producing 5,000 wafers a month. It assumed that we redesign all the semiconductor tools to be vacuum native, removing pumps, structural supports, and subsystems, and which was estimated to reduce the machine's mass and volume by anywhere between 40 to 60%. The financial analysis does not take into account R&D costs.
Good God.
The base case assumed lift costs of about $5,000 per kilogram and concluded that it would cost twice as much to make a wafer in a space fab as compared to a ground-based fab running wet processes. Again, only operating costs. In the years
Not
since
R&D,
the launch
so
of
with
reusable
R&D,
spacecraft
you're
like
probably
Falcon,
making that by a
Starship,
multiplier of 10. This just proves even more. Elon Musk is not that smart of a guy. He just sounds smart because he's got all this money. He hires smart people, but the smart people are leaving his companies.
Electron has lowered lift costs from $10,000
15, yeah,
per kilogram
15,
to
20.
potentially as low as $1,000 to $2,000.
If they can even be done at all.
Maybe even $500 in the not-so-distant future. But Pfeiffer also ran a scenario that reduced launch costs to about $1,000 per kilogram. He also slimmed down the thickness of the wafers to make them cheaper to transport to the fab. The model still said that space-based operating costs would be 12% higher than that on Earth.
1 or 2K.
That was 25 years ago.
Bad. Yeah.
Back then, the leading edge was 130 nanometers. 193 nanometer DUV dry machines were just entering the clean room, and fabs were still largely fabricating 200 millimeter.
193 nanometer. Now we're at like
cost only $1 billion.
3 nanometer production.
Things have changed. Tolerances are stricter. The lithography issues alone, I feel, are untenable. And today, the most compelling economic benefit of going to space, the free vacuum, is largely a solved problem in the fab. I asked people at several tool vendors about how much engineering mindshare and mass and volume they spend on vacuum conditions like UHV. The answer was very little.
Really?
A space fab would be unfathomably cool, but this juice is not worth the squeeze. Okay, so where do I fall on the space fab? I think it is technically possible, but so is me learning how to dunk. I don't think it is anywhere near economically practical. A space fab cannot use existing process nodes, nor can it use existing semiconductor manufacturing equipment.
How's it
So
going?
we have to develop both from scratch at the same time, a complete custom job from the ground floor. which might excite the Silicon Valley disruption boys, but feels like a nation-state type project. More Huawei than two dudes in a garage.
Yeah.
Moreover, we did not even mention test and packaging, much to the consternation of my friends in the test industry. Neither are anywhere near as automated as front end, so we need to send the chips back to Earth and pray the wafers don't break on the way down.
Yeah.
At the end of all that, you get a silicon chip that is worse and more expensive than what Intel, Samsung, and TSMC have been making at massive scale for over half a century.
Yeah, toss a few billion at it just to say, hey, it came from space.
What makes, maybe, more sense than space fabs are special material-making facilities that leverage microgravity and relatively free energy to produce stuff like silicon wafers. More well-studied, smaller in scope, and the conditions cannot be as easily achieved on the ground. Let's not rush to put the most sophisticated and demanding mass manufacturing ever attempted into a literally alien world. Alright everyone, that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel, sign up for the Patreon, and I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, like I said, I always thought that was kind of a crazy out there idea from Elon that I was like, that's not gonna make sense. And sure enough, it's not gonna make sense. I think like now we need to have the realistic the idea of like looking at Elon and understanding he doesn't know what he's talking about in the majority of things. Like, I think like years ago, one of my friends put it this way. When he was making electric cars, I thought he was a genius because I didn't know anyone else making electric cars. When he was launching rockets into space, I thought he was a genius because I didn't know anyone else launching rockets into space. But when he started getting into the software business with Twitter, I knew a lot of people that knew software. You know what I mean? And that's when people started understanding how dumb he really is. And that's when the armor started cracking. And, you know, the emperor started wearing no clothes. And people started really understanding. Tesla was 80% done when he bought it. Yeah, he sued to become known as a founder. He didn't really do much of anything. In fact, even his contribution to PayPal, you know, the X.com, if you actually look at the original articles, I'll have to dig it up because he's basically buried this. It was so bad that there were security issues that people could, like, take money out of X.com accounts with very little cybersecurity, know-how at the time. And they got bought out by what eventually became PayPal. He got fired from the company that was PayPal because he kept trying to rename it into X.com and do all these different things. And I think that was Peter Thiel that actually kicked him out because he was really grinding the gears of a lot of people. He made his money off that PayPal idea because he got his business acquired. He hasn't really contributed much to change the world overall. All right, let's see. Vampire made this. Fixing a bad design. Posted this. Fixing a bad design from Forge Code.
I got a bunch of hate comments on my 3D printable controller tower because it couldn't charge your controllers. But since I was already working on the flip-out hinges that hold your controllers and
that's
headphones,
nice.
I figured I could also give the haters what they wanted, so I added a slot running through the whole thing so you can charge your controllers. I got a bunch of hate comments on my 3D.
Where's the STL? I want the STL. Ooh, he put the STL. Huh. 493 grams of filament? Goddamn. 17 hours of print? Eesh. You gotta be a member to unlock this. Let me see. Good God. You gotta, like, pay for this thing? Like that? That's kind of expensive. We'll ship you a free 3D printer. I don't know if I'd do that. Forge core. Ew. Okay, what's this? Vampire sent this from the Round Table. It's actually a Cartoon Network miracle. Tubi. What is this?
Cartoon Network shows have always been hard to find on streaming, and when HBO Max launched in 2020...
Can you tell us about the BleachBit software that Bobert used? Yeah, BleachBit has been used for many years. I actually talked about it, many years ago. BleachBit's nothing new. I actually talked about this back when Hillary Clinton used it for her email software. Actually, I think I have it on this machine. Yeah. So it's actually a legitimate piece of software that you can get on Windows and Linux, to clean up your junk data. So I have it here on Linux, so, you know, can clean up my junk data. I can have it clean up, like, cache cookies. You can have it clean up anything. So, like, think about it like crap cleaner, CCleaner. It's just like that. It's nothing really that major. Now, the thing that a lot of people hone in on is there is the feature in... Where is it? There is one feature in there. Hold on. Hold up. There is a feature in here somewhere to... yeah. To wipe the empty space. So you could actually check the box here. Yeah, this option is protected to enable it. You could, you know, expert mode. But basically, there's an option here for empty space. Basically, what you can do is you can overwrite the empty space to zero out the drive. So on a conventional hard drive, it makes it hard for forensic analysis to recover the data on the drive. But here's the thing. That's a conventional hard drive. This does not apply to flash drives. So now that we've moved to NVMe, SATA, flash drives, things like that, the reality is you should never overwrite your drive because the data will never be completely overwritten. The way that it used to work with spinning disks was they worked off of magnetism. You literally had bits that were magnetized and demagnetized, zeros and ones, activated and deactivated. And basically, you would degauss the drive to wipe it clean. And what you would do is you would wipe it over with zeros 7 times, effectively a Department of Defense grade wipe. And then you could give that drive potentially to somebody else, and it effectively would be forensically clean. But nowadays, with a flash drive, SATA, NVMe, U.2, anything like that, the common convention is you're supposed to physically destroy the drive because flash, it's never actually deleted. So that's the main, thing around BleachBit is it's just, junk cleaning software. No different than CCleaner, cleans out your temp files, things like that. Like I have it here on Linux. I recommend it on Windows and Linux. You can use it. Like you can see, I can clear my cache and cookies here from Discord and, Chrome and all my different browsers and, Slack or whatever else is on the system here. But yeah, that's the main thing they had an issue with was when Hillary Clinton used it on her email server, she had actual spinning disks. Because remember, this was many years ago when spinning disks were more commonplace. And the IT person wiped the disks using BleachBit and wiped the free space on the disks. So that way the data was not forensically recoverable. And that was what drew the ire and the suspicion of people. Now, Lauren Boebert, I don't know what specifically the question is around that, could have been using it for that reason. Now, if they're using a flash drive, you can still recover the data, unless they physically destroy the drive. Now, that's why when you actually, this is commonly known things, if you go for your CISSP certification, we're actually educated this, when you go to clear out a machine and we recertify a machine like you're going to refurb it, we have to take the disks out, flash disks, and physically destroy them. There are shredders designed just for them. Or what I actually do is I will drill holes through them and then pry off with a screwdriver off the PCB the chips, and then I will literally smash each chip with a hammer. So that way none of the data is recoverable. That's the actual way you're supposed to do it. But BleachBit, yeah, it's just junk cleaning software. That's why I don't give or sell flash drives, SD cards anymore. I just join them when I'm done with them. Yep. I never give them away myself. I will always destroy them. That's why whenever anyone gets a computer from me, you will never get a computer with a disk from me. I will always either tell you you're going to have to buy a disk, or I will give you a computer with a disk brand new, and then maybe install the OS fresh for you, or tell you to install the OS after you get it. Yeah, my pleasure. Depending on security profile of system. If AI writes directly in binary, all software is done. Compilers already do that. Not really. Alright, so what's this video going about? Is it true APs store data? Yes and no. They have memory. They are computers in a sense. They store MAC addresses of the clients that are connecting to them. But they don't store it in the sense of, like, long-term data. They store it in the sense that, like, a switch does. A switch is... An access point is nothing more than a wireless switch, if you want to think about it, with extra logic. And a switch is basically just connecting over MAC address. And it's connecting over knowing that hardware address. In NAT? No, NAT is totally different. Network address translation is done at the router, done from your ISP to your local area network. It's like cache, right? Yeah, kind of like that. All right. Let's watch this video and see what's next, and then I may have to take a bio break, because I may have to hit the head.
It promised to be a haven for the studio's iconic catalog, but jump to 2026 and well,
there's nothing.
a majority of Cartoon Network's catalog has been eradicated from the service. And while plenty of their 2010s titles have found a home over on Hulu, the real nostalgic hits of the late 90s and early 2000s went without a streaming home. Until now, as a new challenger has stepped into the ring, Tubi, rescuing a buttload of animated series, including the Cartoon Network catalog, and hosting them on their service for free, making these shows very accessible to a new generation. So not only do I want to talk...
I should check out Tubi. I should see if they have Dexter's Lab and stuff. You know, the 90s, I think, had the best cartoons.
About all the animated goodness that's coming to Tubi, but also put some worries to rest, as a lot of people fear that a stronger library will lead to Tubi becoming a paid service, which I believe isn't even on the table. So let's dive right in. A couple of days ago,
Mork and Mindy.
tweeted, "My cartoon era begins March 1st, sharing a list consisting of classics such as... Oh my god!
Holy shit.
Y'all got Blackmail and Zaslav or something? Damn! It's like the motherlode of Hanna-Barbera, Cartoon Network, and Warner Bros. Animated series. Abbott and Costello cartoons, the 1974 Addams Family,
Damn.
The Adventures of Batman, Animaniacs, Aquaman, Astro and the Space Mutts, Adam Ant, Baby Looney Tunes, Sick Days Just Got Lit Again, Batman the Brave and the Bold, Be Cool Scooby-Doo, Beetlejuice, the OG Ben 10, Beware the
Damn.
Batman, Captain Caveman and the Teen Angels, Captain Planet, Codename Kids Next Door, Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Damn, they got the
Dexter and their
hitters.
Flying Machines, Dexter's Laboratory, Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, Dragon's Lair, Duck Dodgers. You know what? We can just stop right here.
Duck Dodgers.
Duck Dodgers. Man, kiss my ass, HBO Max. Dukes and Dazzard, the animated series. Dumb and Dumber, the animated series.
There was a Dumb and Dumber animated series?
Dynamite Dog Wonder. Ed, Edd and Eddy. Evil Con Carne. Flintstone Family Adventures. Flintstone Kids. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
Forgot about that show.
Great
Freakazoid, I forgot about that one.
Bunch. Hong Kong Phooey. Johnny Quest. Justice League.
Okay, Hong Kong Phooey. I used to actually quote that, like, Hong Kong Phooey, #1 super dog, all the time, and used to, like, I still mess with my dog once in a while and be like, you know, mess with him and be like, Hong Kong puppy.
Justice League Action, Crypto the Superdog, Legion of Superheroes, Lunatics Unleashed, Looney Tunes 3D Shorts.
I don't remember
Looney
half
Tunes
of
cartoons,
these.
Mad, Magilla Gorilla, Mucha
Magilla Gorilla.
New Looney Tunes
Lucha
Show,
Libre, what
aka
the hell?
Rabbit, New Scooby-Doo Mysteries, Paddington Bear, Pebbles and Bam Bam, Perils of Penelope Pitstop, Pinky and the Brain, Pinky Elmira and the Brain, The Powerpuff Girls, A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, Quick Draw McGraw, Ricochet Rabbit, Scooby and Scrappy-Doo, Scooby-Doo
Damn, they just keep
Mystery
listing them off.
Incorporated, Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue, Smurfs, Snagglepuss, Static Shock,
Static Shock,
Supernatural,
damn.
the anime series. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What? Brother, when did they make this? 2011? Dude, back in
I didn't know that was a thing. They made a supernatural anime series? How did I not know this?
high school, we spent so much time in graphic design class just watching Supernatural over and over. That show became one of my hyperfixations.
He was in high school in 2011. I graduated in, like, late 2000s. I'm old.
At some point, not really by choice. And I never knew they had an anime series? Oh my goodness. Do you know how many people are about to find this on Tubi and go, wait, is this actually real? I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's move on. Let's move on.
It's called anime, and it's an art form.
Actually, no, let's not move on because why do they got Sam out here looking like Light Yagami? Can we get Powerpuff Girl Z up in here? Hello? Tasmania, Teen Titans, The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, The Batman, The Completely Mental Misadventures of Ed Grimley, The Frankenstones, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, The
Billy and Mandy! Yes!
Cliff and Dingback Show, The Mask animated series, The New Adventures of Batman, The New Adventures of Gilligan, The New Fred and Barney Show, The New Scooby-Doo movies, The Plastic Man Comedy Adventure Show, The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, The Secret Squirrel Show, The Super Globetrotters, The Yogi Bear Show, Tiny Toon Adventures,
This
Tom
is
and
like
Jerry,
pretty
Tom and
much
Jerry
my whole
Comedy Show,
childhood he's
Tom and
naming
Jerry
off.
Kids, The Tom and Jerry Show, Tom and Jerry Tales,
How many
Top
Tom
Cat,
and Jerry
Wacky
shows
Races,
were there?
Wacky Races 2017, Shaolin Showdown, Yo-Yo Geek,
Shaolin Showdown! Damn! I completely forgot about that until he named it.
Goof Ups, Yogi's Gang, Yogi's Space Race, and finally Yogi's Treasure Hunt. I did not know half of these existed, but the titles actually launching on March 1st are Animaniacs, Powerpuff Girls, Teen Titans, The Batman, Ben 10, Pinky and the Brain, Justice League, Batman the Brave and the Bold, Dexter's Laboratory, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Tasmania, Foster's, Kids Next Door, The Mask, and Yogi's Gang. Wow, dude. That is so much, and it's really telling when it comes to what Tubi is going for. They definitely are catering to the old
Damn.
of the Hanna-Barbera picks. I'm talking if you're in your late 30s or your 40s or your 50s. That's the crowd who's most likely
Okay, I'm ending the stream and watching that. I'm kidding.
to remember all these shows and try to expose it to their kids, maybe their nieces, nephews, grandchildren. You get the idea. As someone who never dug too deep into the Hanna-Barbera library, I'm mostly familiar with all the big hits such as the Flintstones, Scooby-Doo, etc. So I am excited to finally check out some of these shows. But once again, they're clearly trying to cater to those who grew up in the 2000s, with not only the Cartoon Network titles,
Grew up in the 2000s. Grew up in the 90s and the 2000s.
but the WB shows, a few of which have never made it to streaming in the United States before, not even on HBO Max, like Duck Dodgers, Shaolin Showdown, and Mucha Lucha. Lunatics Unleashed is definitely a surprise, but a welcomed addition. It just felt like Warner Bros. Was, embarrassed of that show's existence, dodging its acknowledgement at any cost. I may not remember a single plot point or episode from that show, but I still kinda liked it. Was it weird that the main cast of characters were descendants of the Looney Tunes versus just being a different take on them, like Duck Dodgers? Yeah. Did it probably take itself too seriously? Again, I don't remember anything, but probably. Did it still have aura and dashes of bright, pretty colors that tickled my brain as a kid? Yeah, and sometimes that's enough. I will say, while this lineup is stacked, it also feels a little incomplete. I'm guessing anything that's currently on HBO Max and Hulu are off limits.
I remember
As we have
Static
some
Shock
2010
was the
shows
shit.
as
I
Scooby-Doo
wish that
incorporated
went on
in the
longer.
community. We're missing
That was
some
one of my
big
favorite
titles like
superheroes.
Adventure Time, Regular Show, Chowder, and Flapjack. There's also some glaring omissions from the 2000s like Samurai Jack. A lot of the franchises also feel incomplete, as we have the 05 Ben 10 2010, but there's no sign of Alien Force, Ultimate Alien, or Omniverse. We have the OG
Probably
Justice League
licensing
and
for
Justice League
licensing
Action, which is a
issues.
separate series entirely, but we don't have Justice League Unlimited, or Young Justice, or the Batman and Superman shows that got this universe rolling. They're working with what they got, and it won't be a problem right away, but over time, people are gonna burn through these shows and get frustrated when the next part of the story just isn't available. So hopefully they're planning to add them over time. This is really exciting. And I'm
Yeah,
happy that people
unfortunately,
get to
there's probably
revisit
a
their
lot of
childhood
fracturing in the
memories or certain
licensing.
shows that they missed out on growing up, though I hope they add some sleeper hits like OKKO. Or Infinity Train. Come on, Tubi, you know you want to. But now I want to
And it's not Hightail. Fun fact, Tubi is owned by the same owners as Fox News, not Disney. That's why I don't give really? Huh.
switch gears and talk about this thread by Animated Plus, discussing why Tubi switching over to a paid subscription probably isn't happening in our lifetime. For starters, Tubi is an advertising-based video-on-demand service, while Netflix, Paramount Plus, and Hulu are subscription video-on-demand services. Now, this is important because when it comes to content, the shows and movies on these platforms, different licenses exist for AVOD and SVOD.
Oh!
If Tubi were to switch over to a subscription-based service, they'd have to relicense everything, which would cost quite a pretty penny. And those
You know what? With all the subscriptions going on now, I'm not as opposed to advertising, video on demand services. I'm not as opposed to it. You know, because we have to remember, like, I grew up in the generation where we had 3 minutes of advertising per block, where it was 6 minutes of advertising every half hour, so you had 12 minutes of ads per every hour. So I'm not opposed to ads being there for free content, knowing how much I'm paying for subscriptions as it is. Like, I'm paying, I think right now, I want to say $60-$70 for subscriptions altogether per month. It's ridiculous. But not every 5 minutes. Yeah, not every 5 minutes. I'm not okay with that. But I would be okay with, like, maybe an ad every episode. An episode's like, 20 or so minutes? One ad, maybe 2 ads in between. I'm fine with that. Like, think about it. I'm probably going to the bathroom every episode or so. Maybe going to get a snack every episode. I'm cool with that.
competitors already own the SVOD rights to a lot of the overlapping shows. So maybe the shows that aren't coming to Tubi that are already on other platforms are just too expensive for them to acquire at the moment. Or Tubi just felt as if they weren't worth it, since they are available elsewhere. They want to stand out by offering the shows you can't get anywhere else. The next reason
I want to watch Ed, Ned, and Eddie. Mr. Plank! I'm going to go get a 2x4 one day and like put the face on there and see if anybody notices it.
won't see Tubi putting up paywalls anytime soon is that it was reported at the end of October 2025 that the service actually turned a profit much earlier than expected. Its revenue growth shot up 27% and viewing time rose by 18%. Now that revenue growth is impressive because they were just shooting for somewhere between the 20 to 25% range. The streamer's also been growing internationally, launching in the UK. Animated Plus also pointed out that they're not spending billions on originals, and most of their originals are either licensed from other places or are dirt cheap to produce. I mean,
this makes sense. People are tired of paying for subscription. They're tired of paying for subscriptions and crap original content. Like, Netflix used to make amazing original content. Now Netflix has not been doing a lot of amazing content, and the stuff that they were doing, they kill off when I do get into it. Like Chaos with was it Jeff Goldblum? I was into that. I was hoping for a season 2. They canceled it. And I'm like, dude, I'm about to cancel my Netflix. There's not any reason I'm really keeping my Netflix. I'm serious. Like, yeah. Every streaming service I have to pay for ads, not ad-free because I use AdGuard. DNS blocks Disney Paramount ads, not Hulu. I mean, I kind of have it, but the problem is when you have the Roku stick for so here's the thing. With the Roku stick, I found out that some of the ads are actually going through the same servers they're directing the content through. And a lot of the providers are now getting smarter and sending the ads over the same servers. So you're not able to block them as smart. It's getting annoying. Think about it. DVD box sets got replaced by subscription services. I know, it's annoying. I've been wanting to replace a lot of my anime DVD collections because I used to have like hundreds of DVDs, but they got destroyed in a flood. But I'd have to spend like probably a couple $1,000s. Eventually I'll get back to spending all that money again. But, you know, I'd have to collect up a lot of obscure animes and stuff like that. And that's going to be a lot of money through the Crunchyroll store and everything like that. But still.
You see the kind of stuff they got on Tubi? That Creatorverse tab is wild. They got Mr. Beast next to the lesbian homie. It is
Wait, what?
Wild West, and that is part of the appeal. It's a free service where you can get just about anything. Whether that's classic cinema and television, YouTubers who weren't content with just dominating the algorithm, they gotta take over another platform. And fun, low-budget nonsense that you can just tell people had a blast making. Something we definitely need to embrace in the age of AI. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
Too many streaming services broke themselves by trying to fix problems that weren't really there in the first place. They were just greedy. Tubi is for the people. And while they already offered plenty of throwback animated series, I'm glad they seem to be going full steam ahead and embracing some of the greatest cartoons we've ever seen. And now, with Paramount Plus starting to purge Nickelodeon cartoons, maybe they'll make their way over to Tubi as well. I'd love to see as many shows from my childhood channels as possible coexist in one place.
Invader Zim!
Beautiful sight to behold. We're all suffering
I'd
under
love to see
capitalism.
Invader Zim.
Everything is getting more expensive. It costs $30 just to walk outside and breathe.
Pretty
We might as
much.
well have Mr. Krabs leading the economy. So if I sound way too geeked over a bunch of cartoons coming to a platform I barely use, just know it's entirely justified off the basis that I don't have to pay for it. None of us do. Which honestly should be the case for most old media. Once a show is like 5 years old, just put it up on the internet for free, man. You can watch the entire first season of Gravity Falls on YouTube for free, and I think that's beautiful.
Really?
You don't rerun these
Don't
shows
know what
on
that
cable
is.
anyways. And even if you do, nobody has cable. Just go get some ad revenue, big dog. But as always, these are just my thoughts, and I want to know what you guys think. Which cartoons do you want to see come to Tubi? Let us know in the comments down below, and keep the conversation going over on Twitter.
Samurai
and Instagram by
Jack.
giving me a follow at OutTrickVox and at Roundtable Vids. If you enjoyed this video, please sure to like and subscribe to the Roundtable with notifications on so you never miss a video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you have an awesome day. Peace!
That's kind of nice. I'll have to definitely check that out. All right. I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break or so. I got to use the bathroom. So give me about 2-3 minutes and I'll be right back. And then we got some more content to go over. Talking about Cellbrite cut off Serbia citing abuse with unlocking phones and stuff. But we'll be right back.
Ultrason is now chilling in the lab.
All right. We're back. So HBX shared this article here.
That's the sound of the
Hey!
Minamesh Naiad raided the lab with 40 penguins.
Hey, thank you for the raid, Naiad. Appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. For those of you that don't know, my name is Chief Geeked. I'm a cybersecurity professional over here. We're just going through a bunch of different cybersecurity news and content that my community has shared with me. Talk about cybersecurity, privacy rights, technology, and a whole bunch of other things. How was your stream, Naiad? Hope everything went great. So, but yeah, we were just checking in.
That's the sound of the police.
Minamesh Naiad
Receipt
raided the
printer
lab with
just
6 penguins.
Went off again. That's funny. There are a few behind him on the bar. But thank you for that raid. So yeah, we were just came back from a break. Found your TikToks a year ago. First time catching the stream. Love the idea of a local Wikipedia trained LLM you discussed. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to be doing a retrieval augmented generation LLM because I thought it'd be really cool to have something local. Especially because a lot of the software as a service LLMs are being abused a little bit more. And we need to start moving more towards localizing a lot of our LLM capabilities, like I've been doing with Franken LLM, which I've put on my GitHub for anyone to build. Thank you for the follow
Realnut is
there.
now chilling in the lab.
But yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot more AI content coming along the way. I know my boyfriend and I were talking about getting a couple NVIDIA DGX Sparks so that we can host our own thinking models. Because we definitely are on the side of Anthropic, because they're going against the
is now chilling
Department
in
of
the lab.
Defense right now, where they're trying to have this whole ethical issue, because the Department of Defense is saying, hey, we want to have just a blank check to do whatever we want to do with technology, and they're like, hey, we don't want our technology to be used for mass surveillance or be able to be used to end human lives without a human in the loop. And I think that's a reasonable line in the sand. But yeah, so this article right now, Cellbrite, if you're not familiar with Cellbrite, they are a company that is famous for backdooring cell phones. They've apparently cut off Serbia, citing abuse of its phone unlocking tools. Interesting that they're not cutting off other countries. Serbia, like many other countries in Europe and of course in the Eastern Bloc, has unlocked phones because, you know, they tend to be expensive and they're, you know, commodity that you need to have, and in order to be able to travel, you have to unlock these devices. Now, these Cellbrite devices, they're not cheap. I used to use them when I used to work in the cell phone business and such. I think like each of these is about a G or so. We used to use them in the Clone, South Africa as well. Yeah. What, they blocked it in South Africa is what you're saying? This was a rare example of Cellbrite publicly cutting off a customer following documented allegations of abuse, citing Amnesty International's technical report for its decision. Researchers of University of Toronto's the Citizen Lab published a report alleging the Kenyan government used Cellbrite's tools to unlock the phone of Boniface Mwangi. I'm probably going to butcher that name, a local activist and politician. And that's the problem with a lot of the Cellbrite tools, is that they're used in retail applications, you know, legitimately. Hey, I need to clone my phone. I have my dead relative's phone over here. I need to rescue my, you know, their pictures on there. Like my boss, his wife passed away and we had to, you know, recover his wife's pictures, hand it over to a forensic buddy of mine, a forensic analyst buddy of mine, and he was able to recover the phone's pictures and everything. But of course, these same devices are used to clone people, like when they go at the border and just say, hey, we're going to get access to your phone. And that's why you should be looking into the iPhone lockdown modes. For those of you that don't know, the iPhone has a lockdown mode. It does disable some features, but it will protect your phone a little bit more. Just under 5.8K here. No lockouts yet. What do you mean 5.8K? what? 5.8K what? Sorry, I'm on multiple platforms. I'm just trying to keep track. But yeah, the Celebrite, it's one of those tools, like, I understand why they're out there, but there's some ethical conundrums when it comes to using them. Like Android's maintenance mode, yeah. Well, there's a reason why I definitely recommend, like, if you get a Pixel phone, putting Graphene OS on it and secure your phone. Put your iPhone in lockdown mode, especially if you're crossing the border, with the whole ICE situation. Because unfortunately, as we've seen when they testified in front of Congress, there's this one guy, he testified in front of Congress recently. I can't remember his name. He was actually a former, Border Patrol or ICE guy that was actually saying they've cut the education in half, and that's why we're seeing a lot of people break the congressional rules. And is ICE seriously as bad as it looks? Yeah, it's seriously bad. I know a bunch of my DEF CON buddies, we were actually going by, I think I've shown the devices. I don't know, do I have my device around here? No, I have it in my backpack. The device that we had for stingray detectors. So we have that, where we were detecting a stingray. For those of you that don't remember, that's the device that they use to downgrade your signal from 5G, 4G, or 3G down to 2G, so they can do man-in-the-middle interception to know what you're texting, who you're calling, things like that. Which is why there's a setting inside Android to disable 2G connection. So you should have that setting on. It's part of Android, I think, since 12, 13, something like that. Anyway, we were running our stingray detectors to see if there were stingrays in the areas. Now, some of my friends did get hits. I didn't get a hit, but I do know when I was traveling in Vegas to DEF CON, I got a couple of hits. Yeah. But basically, I've talked about the stingray before. I can actually pull up the YouTube video where I talked about it before. And I actually talked about how to make them too. They're very inexpensive if you want to make them. They're like $30. You can make them with a Mac, Windows, or Linux PC, and you can pick them up for like $30. You don't need a cell phone plan to make them. But here we go. It's on my YouTube. The $30 stingray detector. It's an open source software from the EFF.
Today we're done.
That's that little device over there. Let me see. We have the GitHub over here. EFF, la la la. There we go. EFF. So the EFF, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, my favorite nonprofit that I recommend everyone check out and donate to. I'm a gold member of theirs. They fight for our rights and everything. If you ever get into a digital issue, they will actually help get lawyers to help defend you. I actually know a few buddies, when they got into some cybersecurity issues, they reached out to them and they helped defend them. That was actually, shoot, what was his name? There was a dude that locally stood up to the city government, and he almost got, he got like a restraining order from the city government when he was trying to say that they were effed up and trying to say that he hacked the government, and he was trying to say, no, you were just in the wrong. I forget the name. I talked about the situation like 2 years ago. Anyway, he had the EFF helping him out, I think, as well. But this over here, this has been actively maintained. This is Ray Hunter. And they have an installation guide over here, and they're actively adding more devices all the time. But the device that I used was the Orbic RC400L. You can pick it up for like $30. And to install it was pretty simple. You just follow along with the GitHub over here, or you can, you know, follow the YouTube little thing over here where I have the little setup guide walking you through it. There was a part where I had to unplug it and plug it in. But yeah, the ICE situation is definitely effed up. That's why I've been telling y'all about all the different ways to do encrypted comms, like off the grid, like Meshtastic. And ham radio comms as well, although you can't do encoded comms because of ham radio, but you can do GMRS. There's the rules are a little bit more loose around those because they share the bands with FRS, which are just the same 22 channel radios you get off the shelf. But Meshtastic is really good, and as we talked about a little earlier, you can use Reticulum. But yeah, this is a Meshtastic little device over here. But I have a Meshtastic node outside my house, and it gets like 10-15 mile range. And it's a solar node, and it's actually lasted like 3-4 months without being connected to a power source. So it's been great. But yeah, the ice situation is really effed up. And it's been really fun seeing politicians put their foot in their mouth on certain things. The same people that were all like, pro 2A were suddenly like, you shouldn't have been bringing a gun to a peaceful protest. This guy shouldn't have done it. The guy that got gunned down, I forgot his name. He was I think a nurse that was just there protesting. Kara, one of my mods, they know who it was. I'm not good with names. But yeah, so... but yeah, the Serbia cut off the Celebrite device over here. Yeah. And then let's see. Moving on. Oh yeah, Kara had this article. MIT developed 3D printer can output a fully functional electric motor in a single process. You were sued for lack of income. How are you sued for a lack of income? Okay, but MIT developed 3D printer can output a fully functional electric motor in a single process. Team only needed to magnetize the linear motor after printing. Motors cost just 50 cents each? No way! Say what? And this looks like it's just on a simple bamboo 3D printer. So how'd they do that? I'm really curious. There's gotta be some, there's gotta be some material. Alex Perrette was the name? Okay, thank you, Kara. Fully 3D printed electric motor manufactured via multimodal, multi-material extrusion. So I knew it would be multi-material. Okay, so in this work, a commercial multi-material extrusion 3D printer was modified to process conductive ink, soft and hard magnetic composite pellets, and rigid and compliant polymetric filaments. Using the system, solenoids, hard magnets, and springs were fabricated. So it was a print-in-place motor with all the mechanics. Oh, that is trippy. Wait, they got a linear actuator composed of 5 distinct functional materials: a dielectric, electrically conductive, soft magnetic, hard magnetic, and flexible. The magnets generated up to 71... I forget what that, it's been a while since I've done engineering stuff. MT magnetic fields. I want to say microteslas? And the linear actuator attained a maximum displacement of 318 micrometers in its resonant frequency of 41.6 hertz. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's impressive. So if we can do print-in-place 3D printing motors, okay. So they modified the tool head. Huh. That is wicked. I would have never thought to do that. So they have a pellet extruder and an ink extruder, and oh, it's a tool changer. Oh, that is wicked. So it's a tool changer head. That is wicked. Huh. Okay, Vampire has a TikTok they shared with us. What's on this TikTok? Windows ID verification.
For Discord's age verification hunk is not even that serious, they said. Because of shit like this. Colorado.
Okay, so this is the Colorado Senate bill we talked about earlier, where they are requiring operating systems to have age verification during the initial device setup. Yeah, that ain't happening on Linux. This is such bullshit that they're like so gung-ho on trying to have an identity verification inside of us to use our actual devices. It's gone from, hey, you need to use your ID to play this game, to you need to use this ID to access this network, to you need to use this ID to even use this damn device. This is going to F up people's schoolwork. Not only that, Linux has no, as we talked about earlier, Linux has no centralized authority like Apple and Microsoft. It won't work and it's stupid. Oh yeah, it won't work. I'll fight this tooth and claw. I'm pretty sure the Electronic Frontier Foundation is gearing up for this.
Senate just came up with a bill that would require operating systems like Windows or Linux to include an age verification during initial device setup. This means anytime you buy a new PC or install a fresh new operating system to your current PC, you're gonna have to verify your age. Now,
not gonna happen.
Question: why the fuck would they need my ID to use a fucking computer? It couldn't be for mass surveillance.
It's about control.
No. That couldn't be it. Big Brother is really just trying to get some eyes on you, bro.
Look, we all know the government's just so inefficient. 1984 is just taking them 30 years.
And see, here is the issue with allowing these corpos to do whatever the fuck they want, bro. You give them an inch, and they're gonna take a mile, bro. At first, it's gonna be, oh, but we want to protect the kids. Then a couple years down the line, they're gonna be monitoring every single thing that you do, bro. Privacy is not...
I always question whenever government says we need to protect the kids. It's not... Look, I'm all for protecting kids. You all know that. Like, I've even questioned having, kids access AI at such an early age because they should have critical thinking skills before they have access to AI, because we're already having a problem where I've seen kids say that AI can do the thinking for them, and I've said that maybe AI should be age gated till they're about like maybe 16 years old or so. I can see a potential argument for social media, potentially. I'm still not sold on that argument for it. But yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like, the question I have at a certain point, it's like, are you really doing this to protect the kids, or are you doing this because there's some ulterior motive? And look, I'm not the tinfoil hat type of person.
A feature. It's
not
a
before 12 or 15.
Right. And knowing how the government works, this bill is probably lumped in with a whole bunch of other bullshit to try and get it to pass. But please do not vote for this bullshit, bro, because if this shit passes, bro, we're all fucking cooked.
Hi, we're from the government, and we're here to help, even though the majority of us are on the list. Yeah, the majority of the people that are wanting to say they want to protect the kids were probably on the Epstein list. Yup. If you really want to protect the kids, how about you go through the Epstein list and go after them traffickers? At least the UK is like holding their people accountable. Like, what was it? The king of the of UK is like holding like saying, "Hey, let the justice system go. Charge what's his face, Prince Andrew. Hey, VTuber Nero, how's it going, buddy? How you been?" Makes you think. Yeah, it definitely makes you think.
Wrote down a list on this chalkboard of the reasons why Windows
Oh yeah, Vampire wanted me to share this, so
is far superior to Mac OS and Linux and just every operating system in general. Behold my list.
It's a good list. It's a good list. Discord rolling out verification beyond its legal obligations was crazy too. Oh yeah. Like, look, we've talked about how Discord has a lot of issues. Like, we've talked about Roblox, how they have a lot of issues too, where Roblox definitely needs to do more to protect kids, and that there's like this Roblox to Discord pipeline, and that Discord has a lot of problems there around that they need to do more to protect kids. But this whole age verification thing ain't it, because there have been people that have reported things on both Roblox and Discord that have not been followed up properly. That list contains everything I'll put on there, pretty much. Okay. What are these videos you got there, Vampire? Okay. I gotta bring over the Discord window because he put these on the, top 4 workouts for Arch Linux users. Okay, these are gonna be some Arch Linux roasts. Abby, you in the chat? You're our resident Arch users. Touch grass. Okay. Escape parents' basement. Put on deodorant. 10 sets of I use Arch Linux BTW. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the good one. That's a good one.
Just switched over to Linux or distro hopped? Here's a quick way to get it set up. Head over to tuxmate.com. It supports every major distro, and like Nine on Windows, here you can select from a large variety of software to bulk install. Anything from a web browser to Discord.
Tuxmate.com.
Once you've selected everything you want, you can either download a script that, once executed, will install all of these programs, or you can just copy the command and paste it into a terminal window and let it rip. Just switched over.
Okay, I mean, in theory, this sounds like a great idea, but y'all know you shouldn't just blindly run scripts. So, before you run them scripts, vet them scripts. That script says something, Arch? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. How it feels telling people to switch to Linux. Okay, what's this?
The end is near. The end is near. Repent now, because the end
Who's that guy?
is near.
Oh, him? He's just a Linux preacher. He's been on that corner preaching ever since he downloaded Ubuntu a month ago.
Because the end is you. I've sensed it from here. You reek of sin.
You mean his deodorant?
No, you fool! That computer! You too have bitten the forbidden fruit. You see, all of you.
The forbidden fruit. It's an Apple computer.
Your machines are plagued with the likes of telemetry and AI. You must repent and resist temptation from the likes of Adobe and Riot Games. Accept Linus Torvalds as your Lord and Savior and fully embrace the holy tux.
Lord have mercy.
It's Linus have mercy, but you know he's not the merciful type.
And what's this?
Y'all know there's like a whole directory.
Oh, yeah. Liz the developer. I'm actually mutuals with her.
Y'all know there's like a whole directory of software, open source, free software that you could use to boycott tech forever.
Yep.
Openalternative.co.
Yep.
Open source alternatives to popular software.
Mm-hmm.
We got like the business stuff, right? It's all the SaaS
I forgot about them, but yeah, they're a good resource. I've used them a while ago.
you're currently using, but for free. There's like privacy first analytics with powerful insights. Open source email marketing for the privacy conscious. Is that you? Do you need that as a business? Comp AI. Get SOC 2 compliant in 4 weeks without having to pay anyone for software. Oh, just saying, you could leave tech and still be techie. You could leave big tech. You could leave Andreessen Horowitz.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of options out there to stay in, cybersecurity and everything. Like, look, I'm in cybersecurity. Y'all know I basically run an open source stack for my entire home lab. And I educate you all on running a lot of the concepts, and I've gotten to be a senior cybersecurity engineer without having to spend buku bucks on software. Okay, hardware I've spent money, but you can't avoid that. Which, by the way, on Sunday, I'm planning to finally be building that logging server. All the hardware is over there. And then we still got to build that Meshtastic node over here. The MQTT node. I got that LilyGo T-Beam. It's been sitting here for like a month. So we'll hook that up to a Raspberry Pi, and then we'll give that some internet connectivity at some point. So that way we can have it like connect to my solar node and expand that network and everything. And then I still gotta upgrade my Cubes laptop over here. So eventually we'll get to doing that, and I'll run y'all through Cubes OS, because I gotta completely redo the Cubes laptop. For those of you that don't know about Cubes OS, that's the hardened, like everything's a container. Like you have imagine you have a Russian nesting doll that everything is a virtual machine. So you have your networking in one virtual machine, your USB is in another virtual machine, your graphical user environment is another virtual machine, your administrative stuff is in another virtual machine, and then your applications are in another virtual machine. Like, everything's isolated from it. So potentially, if that computer gets compromised, it's only just stuck in one virtual machine.
And Y Combinator.
Sorry, ADHD
You
moment.
could leave Peter Thiel and still be techie. That's allowed. That's always been an option. That was always allowed. Thirds, it's gonna take you updating your recommendations to actually push this stuff. So I know who I'm talking to. Y'all know there.
Yeah. Liz is right. We've been trying to get y'all to, unhook from a lot of the big tech companies. Like, I'm still trying to, move away from OpenAI and Anthropic. It's gonna take me some time to get my DGX Sparks in the lab. But once my boyfriend and I acquire 2 NVIDIA DGX Sparks, hook them up on ConnectX 7, we'll have them hooked up in the lab, and then I'll probably be using them with Gemma 3 220, 230, and Qwen 3 240, I think it is. I'll be able to move off of a lot of that stuff. I don't know if I'll be able to move completely off of Claude, but I'm damn sure gonna try. Definitely gonna be moving off of ChatGPT. Thoughts on Tailscale? I really like the convenience of it having to access all my machines with minimal setup, but privacy-wise, it's probably not amazing versus my own VPN thing. So, Tailscale, it's all right. Don't get me wrong. It's all right. There is a trade-off to different things. I'm going more for what we call SASE, Secure Access Software Edge, which is colloquially known as Zero Trust Network Access. The software I'm going with is TwinGate, which I'll be deploying. TwinGate, was it .io? Hold on. Is it .com? Yeah. This is the software I'm going to be deploying in my lab. Because I vetted them. I originally wanted Zscaler in my lab, but I don't have that money. This is probably the closest thing I can get to it. So the way this is going to work, you can get a free version. I worked out a deal with them that I have it through SAML. But anyway, you can have this where you set up nodes inside your network. So I'm going to have a couple of Raspberry Pis, 3B pluses that I have spare, and those are going to be my entry nodes. I'm going to set up 2 so I have redundancy, and I can access those without having to have hard connections. The reason why I'd rather do that over a VPN is a VPN is actually now being attacked more than ever. So when I was at my last job, we were seeing the VPN, before we fully decommed it, attacked so much that the CEO was getting kicked off his account because they were spamming his account so much. So we had to harden it and all those other things. But they're starting to attack VPNs directly now. So now what we're trying to do is move more to SASE, Secure Access Software Edge. And that's where Zero Trust Network Access comes into play. And essentially you move that edge away. So you're actually accessing it through a broker. It's technically zero trust and you're still trusting something and moving it elsewhere, but you're also shifting and moving your attack surface and potentially lessening the attack surface on your end. Now, the other thing that's going to be cool about this is essentially what I can do is when I spin up my cloud lab and I have my AWS lab, my DigitalOcean lab, my Linode lab, whatever, I can set up the additional nodes over there. That way I can require that you have to have all the traffic go over another twin gate node in there. And these nodes are software that I can run and then manage through their platform. Don't VPN just sell your data to governments? No. VPN is just software. VPN is just software. You can make your own VPN. I think that's what a lot of people forget is a VPN is just software. You can make your own VPN. You host your own firewall, and then you set up dynamic DNS. You can just connect to the VPN whenever you want through that dynamic DNS over a traditional DHCP network. You know, like a home network. You don't have to get a static IP like you do with the business network. So you could do that with IPsec, WireGuard is the preferred way nowadays. You can even do it with the old-fashioned, tried-and-true OpenVPN. A lot of people have the common misconception of a VPN is a company. It doesn't have to be a company. But you can be your own VPN provider. Some of the stuff you're talking about is straight over my knowledge base, but I like it. Well, that's what I'm here for. I mean, the senior cybersecurity engineer trying to give y'all knowledge of the stuff that I have. I want to give my knowledge to the next generation. But yeah, so, Tailscale, I don't have any issue with it. But Twingate is a bit more towards the businessy side of things. They do have a business, a free plan that they use. Now, the side that I'm going for is more of the business plan, because I'm doing an SSO through an identity provider, which you can then use something like Okta or Microsoft Entra or Google Workspace or Jump Cloud, or, you know, one of those, and then you would want to ideally go it through SAML, Security Assertion Markup Language. But if you're doing, like, Google Workspace, you can totally do that. But I'm not a fan of Google Workspace. I kind of like Microsoft Office 365 a little bit more. I know some people are going to go, ew, but I think they have a better infrastructure. Either way. That's very interesting. I love this channel, and please keep sharing knowledge. I'm actually in the process of creating my own home lab. What do you recommend? That's a broad question. Because, you know, what I recommend, there's so many different ways to go around that. I always tell people start with networking. So I always recommend starting with networking, learning about zero trust networks. Learning what zero trust networks are. So, you know, like, get yourself a firewall. I like pfSense. If you haven't already, you can go to my GitHub. Get the background music going. It was a little too quiet there. Eh, damn it. Hold up. Where? Ah, yeah. So if you go to my GitHub, I have this repository here called pfSense SimStack. This will give you a lot of information for things from the beginning to the more advanced. Originally, it was for me to, like, document this advanced Eve JSON IDS IPS forwarder and dashboards I'm building out. I'll eventually cover all of this in more detail later. This is something I'm still building out and testing. I just made the video covering the unified dashboard aspects of it. If you go to the config section of this, this will talk about, like, DNSBL whitelist. This will help you with whitelisting for your PF Blocker NG for the basic whitelist, so you can see all the good things. And then also There should be a list in here of the things that I recommend blocking. Nope, not that. Here we are. PF Blocker NG optimization. This is the list that I recommend starting out with for a basic whitelist block list. And from there, like if you want to start learning networking, literally do a Google search for pfSense documentation. You should come across this link at the top. This will be the pfSense documentation. This is literally how I learned a lot of my base networking knowledge. I didn't go through school, I didn't go through fancy classes. This is how I did a lot of it. And there's a section right at the top, networking concepts. You'll learn your OSI layer over here. This is where you'll need to understand, the 7 layers. Public addressing and private addressing space, so you'll understand your class A through C. You'll understand the reserved spaces, the carrier links, all that. Subnetting concepts. You'll understand CIDR subnetting notation. So this can at least get you through a lot of the basics that you're going to need to know. Even, if you need to know calculation. Not that you need to know everything like this verbatim, but you need to at least understand a lot of these concepts. Because when you go through like your Network Plus certification, this will come up. And trust me, knowing this stuff helped me get through my Network Plus. Broadcast domains, IPv6. And then you'll just read through this, and it will literally go through the basics, and it will tell you about the different technologies in there. So you'll learn how to configure different parts of it, and then just read through different sections about how to build it. Learn different aspects of what zero trust philosophy is. It's not so much the technology as the philosophy. I think Cisco docs are pretty good to learn the basics too. Yeah, but here's the thing. Cisco docs get you indoctrinated to the Cisco way of doing things, whereas I find the Netgate thing teaches you more about the concept of doing it, that it gets you more prepared in a vendor-agnostic way. I'm not hating on Cisco. I'm just saying that when I learned it through the Netgate way, I found I was very easily able to pivot into Cisco, into Sophos, into WatchGuard, into Aruba. And do I apply those to Packet Tracer, then do it physically? More or less, yeah. There'll be some nuances and differences, but this is all stuff that you can learn and actually do on a pfSense firewall. Everything that is in this documentation, you can do in your lab. Your limitation is purely like what you can have with your imagination and maybe some hardware you have access to. That's it. And that's how I learned a lot of my stuff. Makes sense. Cisco does try to keep you in their ecosystem. I had a similar issue with .NET docs being great as long as you use Microsoft patterns and services. Yeah. Cisco training are built around their system, so it works for them, but it doesn't contain the broader spec. Yeah, exactly. Whereas I think you're better off learning the concepts, and then you can adapt it. That's why I like the pfSense way, because you'll get nitty-gritty. You'll understand the underlying technology. Because once you understand Suricata for IDS IPS, you then understand AWS Firewall, because AWS Firewall runs on Suricata. And a lot of the actual firewall technology around the internet runs on Suricata, or at least Snort. And Snort has a lot of similarities to Suricata. Alright, what's this video that Vampire showed?
First, Microsoft was stopping people from installing local accounts. Now, they're working to stop those deplorables from even downloading their operating system. It looks to be a coordinated effort by the Gates goons, not in
I think
the
we talked about this earlier.
way. A bunch of users are getting locked out of their ability to download the ISO that allows them to install Windows 11. Specifically, the developers of Rufus are saying that they can't directly download the insider preview of 11 through the app because they've been IP banned from doing so. And it appears that's how everyone else is being blocked out as well, through internet address isolation, which is why they think it's targeted rather than just...
Did he just use the Majora's Mask little spider thing?
App that allows you to burn ISOs to removable media like USBs.
I find it interesting you say burn ISO to USB when burn was CD. Wouldn't it be flash ISO?
This case, without going through Windows' own media creation tool. And Rufus allows you to strip out some of the unfavorable portions of the operating system before you even start the install. So it's easy to see why Mike would want to lock this down. There's no direct confirmation
as a millennial, so shrug. Hey, I'm a millennial. Okay?
Intentionally, it just looks suspiciously so.
Alright, let's see. What's this? Catching up on... We're getting close to catching up on all the content from when I was sick. Because we're only like a few days behind. Discord distances itself from Peter Thiel-backed verification software after its code was found on a Google Cloud endpoint. Oh yeah, so I think we talked about this. This was the Persona software that was found. So, for those of you that don't recall, Discord was using the vendor known as Persona that actually was building profiles on users on multiple points, like creepily so. And, like facial recognition, all of this could be transferred over to like potentially ICE, DHS, whatever. Who knows? Just theorizing here. And Discord backed down eventually because a lot of people, you know, had backlash about this, rightfully so. And, yeah. This is no bueno. Persona performs 269 distinct verification checks, including screening for adverse media across 14 different categories, such as terrorism and espionage. It then assigns risk and similarity scores to user information. Now, if we recall, I showed how in the past, the NSA listed people who cared about privacy, not in an extremist sense, just people that cared about privacy in a general sense. Privacy rights advocates, like most of the people in the chat here, people that use Linux, open source software advocates, as extremists. And that happened as far back as 2015 in the Obama administration. I mean, the definition of extremists by government has been loose for many, many years. Which is why I raise an eyebrow when the government's like collecting data and trying to profile people so much. But yeah, oof. Linux users has always been seen as black hats. Yeah, extremist, anyone who is not white Anglo-Saxon Christian and a Microsoft user. Don't forget that. You're a radical moderate. Abby. Okay. What's this video you got here, Kara? This YouTube lawsuit could kill YouTube DLP, OBS Studio, and every screen recorder. Is this the video I saw Louis Rossman go off on about DMCA lawyer? There was a thing he went off about. There was a DMCA lawyer that was going off and trying to like sue some people, and actually turned off their comment section or something like that. Tails OS is best for... No, Tails OS is not best. Anyone that's like, oh, just use Tails OS has not actually read the manual for Tails OS. And you most of you don't even know the good operating systems. Like, if you don't know what Unix is, then shush. All right, so let's see what Louis Rossmann has. We're big Louis Rossmann fans around here.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My apologies for talking as fast as I am. I had a scoop of dimetized protein powder that has, it's a Dunkin' Donuts one which has caffeine in it, and I should never be allowed to have caffeine. If I have a quarter of a cup of coffee and don't finish the rest.
Good God, I've never seen Louis Rossmann talk this fast and this rapid.
Rest of it.
And he's a New
I will be
Yorker.
running fiberglass fish wire through my wall at 5 in the morning to try to get Cat 6 wire going alongside my electrical wiring to my fish pond. I can't handle caffeine. My brain just explodes. I should never be given a stimulant. Caffeine is a horrible drug. Coffee is a horrible drug, but I made a mistake. So my apologies that you're paying for that. I wanted to revisit what I was talking about in the last video where I strongly disagreed with the lawsuit that Denver Metro Audits was bringing against Frauditors Troll. The reason that I disagree with this at its core fundamentally is because when we're talking about a fair use claim versus a Section 1201 of the DMCA claim, we're talking about a difference between...
Okay, so yeah, it was the Section 1201. That was the section he was talking about. Rings around eyes, shows some hours missed sleep like me doing now. Oh, yeah, he's got them raccoon eyes. Ha! Yeah. But yeah, oh, he's got the clippy thing over there. I just realized that. It's been a while since I've, like, paid attention to his background and everything. But yeah, I mean... Yeah, we're big fans of Louis Rossmann around here.
I disagree with what you did, and I think that should be illegal, versus the tool that was used, regardless of whether it is being used for positive reasons or negative reasons, itself should be illegal. When we are bringing a Section 1201 claim against somebody, we're not saying, hey, you should have not used that gun in that way. You shouldn't have shot your neighbor. What you're doing is you're telling Glock it is criminal that you have created a gun, and that you've shown people how to create a gun, even if you've not created the gun yourself. That is the problem that I have with this type of lawsuit. I did not read through the fair use section of it. I did not review the clips that were used.
Hold on, let me back that up. So basically, he's saying the issue with this lawsuit, if I understand this correctly, is the premise of the lawsuit is that the criminality around it is that you made the thing that... Hold on, what? Let me listen to this again. All right, let's hear what the reasoning is again.
I disagree with what you did, and I think that should be illegal, versus the tool that was used, regardless of whether it is being used for positive reasons or negative reasons, itself should be illegal. When we are bringing a Section 1201 claim against somebody, we're not saying, hey, you should have not used that gun in that way. You shouldn't have shot your neighbor. What you're doing is you're telling Glock it is criminal that you have created a gun, and that you have shown people how to create a gun, even if you've not created the gun yourself. That is the problem that I have with this type of lawsuit. I did not read through the fair use section of it. I did not...
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, so, like, it's very similar to how we've talked about how, you know, code is free speech with the 3D printing of firearms and that little sticky situation.
Review the clips that were used to see how much of it was fair use or not fair use, because this is not a fair use YouTube channel. I go over ownership and Section 1201 of the DMCA, and I can show you some of the ways that this law has been used, misused, and abused in the past. It has been used to criminalize somebody allowing you to use your ebooks with other ebook readers. FBI agents have arrested a Russian programmer for giving away software that removes the restrictions on encrypted Adobe Acrobat files. So
wait, what?
Regardless of whether you have purchased those books or whether you pirated them, it doesn't matter. Simply creating the tool is the crime in and of itself. Chamberlain Group versus Skylink Technologies. We're talking about a company that luckily won, but a company that was taken to court based on them making a universal garage door opener. We're talking about Spotify Revanced. This was a tool that allows you to not run the lines of code that play an ad or that don't allow you to skip something in Spotify. This is something that not just the person using it has done something wrong, the person who has created it has committed a criminal act in the United States of America under this law. Lexmark versus Static Control Components. You're making aftermarket ink cartridges that work in a printer. That is something that this law makes a criminal activity. Xbox modder could spend...
If I remember, 1201 is the thing around basically digital locks. It criminalizes the digital lock. That's the thing that makes it an issue. That why we've had so many issues around like aftermarket toner. I mean, let's put aside the issues of like how I've mentioned that like aftermarket toner, I've seen like bust so many printers and stuff like that. There's a lot of issues with the DMCA. There is. It's been abused like crazy. And to the point, like, do you know how many, okay, on YouTube, do you know how many copyright claims I fight every month? There are copyright trolls. Like, there are literally people out there that make audio tracks with popular songs, like sounds, like startup sounds of Windows and all that, and then try to make claims on various people's audio to make money off of that, knowing a lot of people don't know how to fight that back. But I have at least enough understanding, because of my background in cybersecurity, where we have to understand laws and regulations, and I'm friends with lawyers, that I get to challenge them. And people don't know that there's a bit of a difference between a copyright claim and a DMCA takedown. So a copyright claim is, we're just going to take a claim and they're going to take a chunk of the money. You can dispute that. The escalation is a DMCA takedown. That's where a strike is issued. Now, a lot of people don't fight it because they don't want to strike. You have to play a game of chicken with them. Because the thing is, if they are found falsely issuing a strike, that is a crime to falsely issue a strike. I have not gotten a strike to date because I've, followed the law in terms of fair use, in terms of knowing my rights, and in terms of owning my content and everything like that. But I have fought a lot of these copyright trolls. A lot of times it happens with my live streams. Now, very often it's, watching these, videos where there's, happens to be, music in the background. Okay, erase the song from the background. Mute the little clip. Okay, no big deal. But sometimes there happens to be cases where I am reacting to the content in an actual reactionary tone, a commentary. And that is protected. And they are selectively carving around. Oh, the DMCA is really effed. I could go on about this for days, but I digress.
3 years in prison. Somebody allowing you to run homebrew software on your Xbox, regardless of whether it has been used for piracy. If you're simply using that software just so that you could watch a DVD movie and have a different theme or something on your Xbox, this in and of itself is a criminal activity.
Emulating any software to play a Nintendo 64, a Game Boy game. Any of you know any of the devices you guys have to play any of your retro games like this technically could be considered illegal under the DMCA. Should they do that? And then create could be considered a felony to create something like that.
Judge even thought this was ridiculous, and I quote from 16 years ago, "I really don't understand what we're doing here." U.S. District Judge Philip Gutierrez roared from the bench. Gutierrez slammed the prosecution over everything from alleged unlawful behavior by government witnesses to proposed jury instructions harmful to the defense, and the judge spent about a good 30 minutes just saying how much he thought this entire case was completely fucking ridiculous. When you invoke Section 1201 of the DMCA, you are not simply saying, I disagree with how that person used my videos. What you're saying is that the underlying tool and infrastructure that he used to use my video should be illegal. YouTube DLP, YT DLP, under Section 1201 of the DMCA is illegal.
People that IP that used from websites that were taken down by FBI. Yeah, the Nintendo's been going after people that were pirating games. Nintendo's a little bit. Nintendo has turned into the evil company. Nintendo used to be the company that everybody loved in video gaming and has now turned into the evil company. It's weird.
Now, I'll hear a lot of people saying, I don't like that person, I don't like fraud or troll, I like Denver Metro audits or vice versa, and I'm not here to get into the character of either of these individuals.
Sarcasm
If I was, I'd be criticizing posts like this that I see where the Denver Metro audits is making fun of what the girlfriend of the person he's suing looks like. I'm not interested in any of that. I have been interested in Section 1201 of the DMCA and digital ownership long before I ever knew what these two channels were. But let's just take a listen to his lawyer so that you can understand why I wasn't going over the fair use provisions and I was spending a lot more time talking about Section 1201 of the DMCA. I'm going to play you a clip that is from the person who is filing this lawsuit and doing the work on behalf of Denver Metro Audits, and you can tell me what you think.
What does Randy get if he wins?
Oh, this is the DMCA lawyer that he went afterwards. Okay, this lawyer was a real piece of work. You have to watch the video. It's like 30 minutes separate. I'm not going to go into it right now on stream. This lawyer, like, is skirting real ethical lines. Like, yeah. Louis Rossman really digs into him. We're not going to cover that here, but you should really watch that video.
Well, apparently he gets clout in the auditing community because everybody's going to be rushing to hire him and sue the shit out of everybody. That's what he's hoping for. Isn't that right, Randy?
Yes, that is right.
Okay, well.
And if we win, your little buddy Fraudster really screwed all of you, because then I can get to sue everyone for using ripping software.
See?
Ripping software.
Even without regard to fair use. If you have videos on your channel that are from someone else, beware.
Even without regard to fair use. And you can tell that he even put his mouth closer to the microphone to say that in the more ominous way. Now, regardless of whether it is his intention to use the law that way, the mere fact that the law could be used in that way is the problem and why my nonprofit exists, to try and reform this piece of shit law to begin with. What did he say?
Oh, Louis Rossman really dug into this guy in a whole separate other video that he basically said he's now going to become his, like, new project. Like, this is going to be some fun drama to watch.
Regardless of fair use, if you are using that ripping software, we can get your channel in trouble. Let me show you what Denver Metro Audits has to say about this himself, so I can better explain why it is Section 1201 is so dangerous.
If you're not saying the message that I'm saying, I'm not giving you permission, right? So there are certain people that I can give permission and certain people that I'm not going to give permission. So for me, it's about taking my video and turning it around to a complete opposite message that I want it to be, right? Like Star Wars, they have a very specific message they want it to be. If you take their video and republish it and change it into something completely opposite that they intended it to be, they're going to sue you.
This is a fair use argument back and forth. Did I give you permission to use my copyrighted content, or did I not give you permission to use my copyrighted content? If I did, maybe we don't have a problem. If I didn't, and you're trying to turn the message around, maybe we do have a problem, and he's going to sue you. All that stuff can get adjudicated in a court, adjudicated through a YouTube system. That is a fair use and a copyright claim. The reason that Section 1201 is a problem is because none of this matters if you support Section 1201. YTDLP, YouTube DLP, that program, as it is, if that was designed by people in the United States, and Google really wanted to push it, the people who made that program can be subject to 3 to 5 years in federal prison, whether they are using it to download your videos with your permission or not. When you support Section 1201, you support criminalizing the tool, not the action. Let's say that I downloaded his video, and let's say I said, I love all your content, I love what you're doing, I want to repeat your message, I'll give you 100% of the monetization from my video, and he said yes. Section 1201...
To give you an example of what he's talking about, all right? So, we in cybersecurity have another popular hobby here. I can find it. Here it is. Lockpicking. In some states, merely the possession of having lockpicks is a criminal offense. That makes no sense. Because maybe you're a locksmith. Maybe you are picking your own lock because, you know, you didn't have a key or whatever. There are reasons to actually legally have locks, or you're understanding how to get through. You're doing physical pen tests, things like that. What he's talking about is you're criminalizing people for merely having the tool, but not criminalizing them for the action of what they're using the tool for. Imagine, if you would, another case. Another piece of software we have over here. We have Kali Linux over here. Penetration testing distribution of Linux, all right? Many of us are familiar with this. Have a virtual machine over here. Imagine you were criminalized merely just for having the software installed. We have to use this for ethical hacking. We have to use this for penetration testing. This could be used in legal situations to test the defenses of companies in authorized engagements. But you should only be criminalized when using this in unauthorized capacities. That's where I think he's, going down the path, and I agree with him on, that you should be criminalizing the action, not the tool.
It still criminalizes the action of that tool being available to begin with. The people that made that tool can still be sent to federal prison in spite of the fact that he gave me permission to use this video. That is the difference between a fair use and copyright claim and a Section 1201 of the DMCA claim. A Section 1201 of the DMCA claim fundamentally criminalizes the tool, not how you use it. It criminalizes Glock for making the gun rather than me for shooting my neighbor. That takes me to the part of this video that is one of the most important. Was I using YouTube Downloader for this, or was I using screen capture software? How do you know? I'm playing his video, and his video is full screen. Did I download that video from YouTube to do that, or did I use a screen capture software? I was using screen capture software, because as you can see, if I hit escape over here, if I move this around...
Videos. So it's about taking my...
Yeah, as you can see, this is not a video that I downloaded.
You're using like OBS or something.
My screen capture software to capture my web browser, and that's what you're looking at here. That's also how I'm able to show you these articles on screen that I'm showing you. Now, OBS Studio is a program that has the ability to do that. But OBS Studio is also a program that many people use just to capture their HDMI inputs and simply capture what's on the screen of their computer.
I'm using OBS Studio right now on a whole of the computer to capture the HDMI of the output of this entire computer to mirror my center monitor. That's how I do my videos. And then I overlay my camera on this, and then I can, optionally do a whole other thing with it. But you get the point.
Under Section 1201, if somebody wants to say, listen, you're breaking a digital lock, you're not supposed to be able to get access to YouTube's videos, and you're getting access to YouTube's videos. It's literally just capturing what's on my screen. There is no way for you to tell whether I use screen capture software or whether I use YouTube DLP unless I tell you. So if you're able to bring a 1201 claim simply for having somebody else's video on your screen, you are essentially criminalizing the activity of using screen capture software. And there are many examples out there of basic repair tools that violate Section 1201 of the DMCA, where the people making those repair tools are available in other countries. Many farmers across the United States were using Ukrainian cracked software in order to fix their John Deere tractors that they paid over $500,000 for, because in the United States, if they made those repair tools, they would be considered criminals. Not just the people fixing the tractor, the people that were actually making the tools themselves. I do not want to live in a world with a framework where if somebody dislikes me, they have the ability to say that not only have I done something illegal, but that the people who have made OBS Studio have done something illegal. And that's the road that we start to go down when we start using 1201 claims on people that we can't even prove used YouTube Downloader. I'm not even saying I have a problem with YouTube Downloader. I don't think that program should be illegal. YTDLP can be used to download a video from someone that I don't have permission to download it from. It can also be used by someone who just wants to download a public broadcast of a politician giving a speech. Whether or not you have broken a law using YTDLP is up to the individual using it, not up to the programmers.
I agree.
But under Section 1201, the simple creating of a tool that somebody could potentially do something wrong with is itself criminalized, which is why I push back against this as much as I do. I don't care if you like Frauded or Troll. I don't care if you like Denver Metro audits. I don't care about whether you love First Amendment auditing or you think it's a meme and just a bunch of pranks. None of that has anything to do with the core of this case. This is why the fair use aspect of the case is not interesting to me, because as the lawyer said in his own words, he could use this to go after people regardless of the fair use. He even put his mouth closer to the microphone like a cartoon villain when talking about it. Ask how much money he's charging his client to take this case right now. If this precedent is set, there is so much shit. There are so many useless, worthless lawsuits that could occur that could harm so many people. people. This law has been used to sue people making aftermarket ink. It has been used to sue people who made homebrew software for your Xbox. It has been used to raid people who created software that lets you view an ebook on a different device. It is why this is a garbage law. It is because it not only criminalizes the action of the individual, it criminalizes the creator of the tool itself, regardless of how many legal and legit reasons for existing that tool may have. That is insane. We do not criminalize the creation of a knife because somebody may stab with it, and we should not criminalize the creation of a tool that can break a digital lock or perform decryption because somebody may do something you don't like. If this claim were simply a fair use claim without invoking Section 1201 of the DMCA, I would have no problem with it. By all means, proceed and do what you want to do in court. These videos are not about whether I like one of these channels or the other, whether I watch their content, or whether I care about them. This video is about the very fact that a screen recording piece of software, a piece of software that may be able to allow me to download a public broadcast from YouTube.
A piece of software I rely on for making my educational content.
Federal prison simply because it can also be used to grab somebody else's copyrighted work. This is an overreaching law that doesn't just criminalize behavior, it criminalizes the very tool that can make that behavior possible, regardless of the other potential uses of that tool. That this law has persisted for 28 years is a travesty. And anytime I see this law being invoked, whether it's repair of medical devices, repair of vehicles, or being invoked on a piece of screen capturing software, I will be against it. And I do not care how unlikable any of the people in the case are. It is irrelevant to the facts of the case. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you in the next video. Bye now.
Yeah, that's a pretty effed law, to say the least. What did he say about YouTube Downloader? So basically, they're trying to go after YouTube Downloader and a bunch of stuff through DMCA 1201. Louis Rossman has a much longer video going after the actual lawyer here, which I recommend all of you go through. This video right here. I'm ending the DMCA lawyer's career. Randall Scott Newman disgraces the bar. Watch that video. We're not going to watch it here. It's like a 33-minute long video. I watched that already myself, as you can see. He went into it about the lawyer that was in this video. Pretty unethical lawyer. Pretty unethical lawyer. But basically, the issue is with 1201 in the DMCA is that it criminalizes the tool for merely being a tool, but not the action of the tool. For example, by merely being able to use the tool at all, it becomes a criminal act. Doesn't matter the context of who the owner is of the copyright or anything like that. That's the problem. It's a dumb law. All right. Let's see. We'll get one last video in for tonight. Alright, HDMI forum hates this new kernel patch. Is this probably about HDMI 2.0? Because I know HDMI 2.0 has not been allowed in the Linux kernel.
So you probably know that HDMI 2.1 with an AMD GPU on Linux is kind of a no-go.
Right.
This doesn't mean the port itself doesn't work.
I'm going to move my
It just runs at the lower 2.0 speeds. What this means in real-world terms kind of depends on what you're trying to do, but you do have a limit of 4K 60 Hz. Also, if you're trying to do variable refresh rate over HDMI, it may or may not work, because in 2.0, it wasn't a core part of the specs. So some hardware is going to be fine, but unless they list out their specs...
That's why I use DisplayPort on these two monitors.
You're probably not going to know until you test it. With 2.1,
Actually,
you can do 4K 120 Hz. Obviously, you're probably not doing that, but at 1080p, you can do well over 500 Hz, and we are starting to see gaming monitors that are getting into that range. Also, variable refresh rate is a core part of the spec, along with a bunch of other niceties. Now, the blocker, as you're going to see from this video, isn't technical, and we've talked about this in prior videos.
In
it
Minecraft,
is licensing from the HDMI forum who don't want to let their members develop a full open source implementation. NVIDIA does support it on Linux in their proprietary stack. Intel actually has a dongle built into the port, so whilst it looks like an HDMI port, it's actually just a DisplayPort in the background, and that works perfectly fine. If you want to use 2.1 on Linux, you can also use a dongle that turns a DisplayPort into 2.1. That is totally fine as well. AMD, they have an open source stack, and they haven't gone down the Intel route, so users are basically left with a GPU that...
Wait, so the NVIDIA stack is proprietary. How does that work? Because my 5070 Ti, it uses the open source drivers. Like, you have to explicitly install the open source driver to get it working. I'm confused. Oh.
With the HDMI port.
But wait, I have 3 display ports on here and 1 HDMI. I don't know.
Cannot do everything it's supposed to be able to do. This does put Valve into a bit of a fun situation with the Steam Machine, which has the hardware to run at HDMI 2.1 speeds, and on Windows runs at HDMI 2.1 speeds. But on Linux, they do advertise 4K 120Hz, even though 2.0 can't do that. So what they're actually doing is using chroma subsampling, which is going to crush the video quality, but it does work. To be fair,
HDMI
you're probably not playing anything at 4K 120.
Oh, the HDMI forum has been in shitifying their shells for a while.
Except Stardew Valley, so it's not the biggest of deals. However, it would be nice to have the hardware be able to run like the hardware says it can. But what if you were not a member of the HDMI forum? What if you were just a guy, you had an AMD GPU, you used Linux, and you had a code editor? Well, you would be this developer by the name of MKOPEC, who has been working on the problem.
Oh,
this
God.
Is a set of kernel patches which has not yet been upstreamed, and I have my doubts about it getting upstream. We'll talk about that a bit later.
It's probably a licensing issue.
HDMI FRL. In this case, that means fixed rate link. This is basically what is needed by HDMI 2.1 to run at the higher bandwidth. Here's just a random little side note about HDMI, which is not at all important, but I did want to mention it here. Much like the USB implementers forum who design USB, the HDMI forum is also really bad at branding. So this created a situation where you are seeing HDMI 2.1 products, which are not actually HDMI 2.1 because they don't actually conform to the standard, because the standard has like a bunch of things that are optional and like a bunch of things you can like add to it, and it's like a whole mess. So not at all important here, just wanted to bring it up because HDMI kinda sucks. Anyway, the dev announced this work over on Reddit.
HDMI really has gone to shit.
Looking for testers. I've successfully managed to implement HDMI FRL in AMD GPU, enabling full HDMI 2.1 bandwidth on your AMD GPUs. Mostly, there's still some work to be done. The dev hasn't done full testing. They don't have a full range of AMD GPUs that support 2.1, so on their card, it works. And on the cards that have been tested so far, it works. So it probably consistently works, but more testing needs to be done. The current state, FRL training works, video and audio work, HDR works, VRR initially didn't, but now does, hot plug and DPMS work, dynamic selection of the required FRL rate for a given mode is implemented. So basically, it mostly works. However, caveats. Things are still in development. And honestly, this is what you should expect when it's being done through reverse engineering because, well, the HDMI forum doesn't want to let the people who can see the specification actually go and implement it, so you're going to have someone
I think we've talked about this and complained about this for quite some time.
Together things that are causing problems and try to implement those different things, so you're going to have areas where things are a little bit kind of wonky, at least for a while. There is a number of open issues. If you do want to go and test this, be sure to actually go and report any problems you see, and if you want to help out, do go and help out, especially if you have some cards that have not yet been tested. Only DCN 4.0.1, that is
VGA number
one,
one,
that is the part of the AMD GPU that actually does the core
I still
GPU
use
work.
VGA on my server
Only
stuff.
that has been tested, at least as of the writing of this. A few other cards have been tested, but not that many of them. Other GPUs should work similarly, but these parts are completely untested. There may be some clock dependencies there that have not been implemented or figured out yet, hence me looking for testers today, but do prepare for the possibility the kernel might not even boot. So
wait, what?
If you are looking to test this, don't make it your only kernel. Have a backup. Or a secondary machine. Either works.
Hey, it could work. It could just, you know,
6000 series
fuck up.
has not been implemented yet, but I believe it
VGA
should
ports are
be
cat
pretty
friendly.
similar to
Screen
newer
won't smash
DCIs.
into the ground before the
Also,
cable pulls out.
certain displays like his Samsung
This is why I don't have cats. Cats are
S25B
assholes.
may not work correctly. This requires a restart. Why it does, who knows? I'm sure he's going to work it out over time, but especially if you have some weird, random, cheap displays. Honestly, I'm surprised Samsung's do it. Maybe they're doing some weird stuff. Maybe there's something that's just missing here.
That's weird.
but
Samsung usually does some quality
if you have
shit.
weird, cheap displays,
You love your
they
little
very well
assholes.
might be doing something
Yeah, well.
weird and stupid. And DSC is not yet implemented. This
My
is
dogs are
display stream
dickheads.
Compression should be pretty obvious what that does. It lets you compress the
dickheads
video
been?
stream so you can fit more on the
They haven't
display.
come down all night.
This lets you do some fun things like 1600 hertz refresh rate, even though there's not any hardware that actually supports that.
Wait,
the
what?
patches are based mostly on diffing register states on Windows and Linux until they match. On that
I want
note,
you to
if
think about
do
like
wanna help out,
500 hertz
very
refresh
simple thing
rates.
You can do.
Why
Here's
would you
looking for
need that?
dumps Of register
How could
states
we
on
handle that?
Windows, knowing what it looks like on Windows, because Windows actually has a working implementation, so that you can compare that with what's happening on Linux and try to kind of make it work.
We saw it's
So far, that's been going well. This is like bread and butter reverse engineering. Breakpointing the Windows driver to check what values it sends to DMUB and publicly available AMD Linux, Intel,
I thought that said
AMLogic,
dumb for a
and
second.
high silicon HDMI FRL training code. So you might think, wait, how does AMD have an implementation? So this is something that was talked about a few months ago. This is a whole separate thing from the AMD GPU driver. It's not full implementation of HDMI 2.1.
Calling it
but
VGA
you at least
and
have the
mechanical
fixed
mouse
rate
will make
link
it come back in
training there.
2027.
So it's one thing you
Mechanical
don't have to
mouse?
think about.
Huh.
HDMI forum is a mess, right? I would like them to just allow a full implementation.
I ain't ever
but
thought about it.
No, we gotta do this
You talking
whole,
about, like,
song
the
and
ball
dance.
mouse?
Ooh, well, we have a partial
Yeah.
implementation here. We have registers here. Ooh, let's do some stupid nonsense to make it work. There had been some further updates. Also, there is an AUR package, so
mean-
if you want to go and test this for yourself, obviously,
I've got
you
this
need to have
trackball.
an AMD GPU that supports HDMI 2.1, along with the display that supports HDMI 2.1. Otherwise, there's nothing to test here. But if you do have all of that, give it a test. See what it's like. Obviously, you don't need to use Arch. You can go and build it for any other distro if you want to, but it is nice to have an AUR package. This does make it very
Yep, that
easy to go and
mechanical
test it and go and
that's
remove it.
mechanical
From this
mouse
point,
approved.
what
Yeah,
happens
I like
now?
it because it's a
The
little
devs
bit
did
more
go and post this
compact.
over in the AMD thread about HDMI
Because they don't have much
2.1.
space on this
So,
desk.
there's not been anything
where the
said
streaming PC
here.
is.
Why did it scroll way up? There's not been anything said here. Basically, just the announcement, and that's pretty much where we're at. However, if
And
we
I do
look
like the
back
Ploopy
through
mouse.
the thread,
It's great.
they
It's
didn't
also
just
open
show
source.
up out of nowhere. There is 32 matches for their name, and the oldest one goes back to around 2023. They have been at least thinking about this issue for quite a while now. Now, I am not his lawyer, but this comment is worth mentioning. The HDMI 2.1 spec has leaked. Obviously,
You
I'm
love
not going to
trackballs,
link
you have a
here,
collection.
So any intellectual property the HDMI forum is trying to protect so hard is already public knowledge. I'm guessing the code written using a leak spec would never be admissible into the kernel, but the HDMI forum
have a
should be
collection
aware
of
that
a
it is
lot
no
of
longer
random
protecting any
tech
secrets.
stuff you've
The
told
only
me,
thing
Abby.
it's doing is hurting Linux users. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, he implemented it by looking at the spec. He does explicitly say, if you go down to the bottom, he does explicitly say no secret documentation or specifications were used. Again, I'm not his lawyer. About a month ago, he did also point out the work on Z-Linux. Just want to point out that Z-Linux, which belongs to AMD, has publicly available MIT licensed FRL training code on their GitHub. Other GPL v2 implementations of FRL for Linux can also be found on GitHub. And someone makes a good point. From the likes of Huawei, Rockchip, AM Logic, all GPL v2 code that we can legally use. Is AMD really waiting us, the community, to implement FRL ourselves? We're not beholden to any NDNAs to provide interoperability. Moreover, there's not even any DRM to crack, so that wouldn't even be something to use DMC against in the USA. I would love a chat with the HDMI forum. What's even the purpose if it's not like companies are suddenly stopping paying royalties if they know how to communicate? It's frustrating that such a big company like AMD can figure this out in years. I assume that can't figure this out in years? Dissolving HDMI.
Yeah, I wonder why AMD has, been such a...
Well, I guess Intel chick...
I wonder why AMD has, been waiting so long to, fix this issue. I know they're trying to go so hard on the open source, angle with the GPU drivers, and I respect them for that. I don't understand why it's been such a long time to get the, drivers to be fixed. But this could also explain why a lot of the GPUs have been leaning more and more towards DisplayPort than they have been towards HDMI. Because do you remember years ago, more of our graphics cards had more HDMI ports than DisplayPort? But now, my 5070 Ti has 4 ports, and only one of them are HDMI, but 3 are DisplayPort. So I actually ended up having to use the one HDMI port for my capture card, and then the 3 display ports are going to my monitors over here, and the one HDMI port to this monitor over here, the vertical, is a display port to HDMI adapter. And these 2 over here that are variable refresh rate, originally they were 1080p Dell monitors, now they're 1440p Asus monitors that I just upgraded to a few days ago, and I love these monitors, by the way. They're doing great. These are running on DisplayPort. I'm really happy moving to 1440p, by the way. I'm really happy that I did that move. I feel like I have so much more real estate, and now I feel like I need to upgrade this 24-inch monitor over here to 1440p. But I don't know if they make a 1440p 24-inch monitor that's HDMI and can go vertical and fit in the space. That'll be a challenge. Anyway, we'll figure that out later.
Out as well with Battle Mage, and the public Z-Linux code is just a cherry on top. Now, someone points out that there was other work being worked on for reverse engineered 2.1 support.
Wait, what? The ad is a triple set of weak. Wait, what? Wait, what? 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 I was just reading what VTuber said. Are you kidding me, VTuber? It was what was the ads? That was what?
From that person we just read the comment from. So this is that work over in the kernel. Whilst that work hasn't been merged, there has been a bit of a back and forth between them and MK OPEC, who, as we saw, is the one who made the most recent version.
The ads were, hey,
of
want a
this
little herb? No
implementation.
thanks.
From there, there's been some further back and forth between the two of them, and then we eventually made our way to this one. So then, upstreaming. This is a very difficult problem.
Okay.
Firstly, to my understanding, the new patches have not been submitted to the kernel and would need to be put into a kernel format. Obviously, they still need some more work to actually be good, so submitting them right now is probably not for the best when you know there are problems with them. But after that point, when it is ready, when it is actually in a good state, what's going to happen? Phoronix, I think, puts it quite well. While it's interesting and the passionate work of open source developers applauded, it's likely not to yield any short-term improvement for AMD Radeon Linux users at large. Besides those wanting to roll their own kernel build with these patches certainly wouldn't be accepted for upstreaming to the AMD GPU driver given HDR forum's objection already and needing clear AMD.
What the hell? And I'm not even that kind of a streamer.
Works on the AMD GPU driver for Linux. This is an open source project and other people work on it, but AMD is very much involved in that, and they can't give a clear legal review to something that they're not allowed to work on. And then if you have other AMD developers working on a driver that has reverse engineered code that the HDMI forum doesn't want to exist, then you're going to have AMD developers working on the reverse engineered code, which they don't want to have exist. A big legal mess. Now, maybe it's fine. Maybe there's some way you can make it happen, but I agree that this getting merged probably is not going to happen. It may help apply pressure on the HDMI forum to change course, especially if Valve and other stakeholders get involved. Valve, I don't believe, is involved in the forum, so if they want to do something, maybe if they just ship it with the SteamOS on the Steam machine, that would be very interesting. I don't know what the legality there is, but I would be intrigued. But this has been an unfortunate issue going back years already. AMD Linux users are best off using DisplayPort where possible, or if the HDMI forum doesn't revert their policy, perhaps in some future, AMD GPUs will find more of their HDMI display functionality moved into their binary firmware blobs to make it easier on the open source driver. If the pressure doesn't change anything, then at the very least, distros can choose to apply the patches themselves. I could see a world where a Bazide or a CashieOS goes and adds these patches and then advertises HDMI 2.1 support. And as there is more advertised support, hopefully that is more pressure, and hopefully, especially with the documents already being leaked, the HDMI forum just says, you know what, let's make it happen.
I guess that makes sense.
They're gonna say, oh, it's okay, when they release the next version of HDMI, which is also going to have the exact same problem. But what do you think is going to happen? Ignore the text being different here. I totally didn't forget to record this until after doing the next video. But anyway, what do you think is going to happen? Do you actually think, like, they will just open it when the next version is out and we have the exact same problem? Do you think we're going to just forevermore never have anything? Or do you think there is going to be some world where maybe they change something?
Isn't Valve busy catching lawsuits back to back right now? Yeah, they're getting a few lawsuits back to back, but a lot of them seem to be like ambulance chasers, basically, just trying to make money because they're the big winner right now.
Or are we just going to ditch HDMI and do everything with DisplayPort? I can certainly work with that, but consoles are a bit of a problem right now. Consoles. We need the next console to have a DisplayPort. We need TVs with DisplayPort. And then HDMI just has to comply. Anyway, if you like the video, go subscribe as well. And if you really like the video and you want to become one of these amazing people over here, check out the Patreon subscribers daily therapy linked in the description down below. That's going to be it for me, and HDMI just kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's true. It kind of does suck. I've pretty much moved to DisplayPort for all of my monitors. I mean, these new Asus monitors I have over here have been doing great over on 1440p. But we're almost caught up with all the content from me being sick. Yeah, this is cool. And I think I am actually going to get a third monitor over here, a 24-inch, that's 1440p, just to match this, because it's weird now that, like, I have 1440p, 1080p looks horrible over here. But then I kind of want to also get another one over there, because that's 1080p, but I don't use that one as much, because that's just the stream PC, and I got a 1440p up there. I got 5 monitors over here. But yeah, so there's a lot of tinkering and stuff. But anyway, the next official stream is set for Sunday. I may possibly do something on Saturday. We'll see how I feel about that. But we're mostly caught up with the content that I had a backlog on. I've edited a shit ton of YouTube videos for all of you. I have the 7th YouTube video, the last one in my backlog that I had to edit, for all of you that I am going to be editing tomorrow. That's actually a video on gaming on Linux. Some tips and tricks and basics for all of you. That'll be nice. So there's like 6 videos that I've edited. 7th one tomorrow. I gotta get some thumbnails and all of that. So there'll be some videos coming out through the next few weeks. And then I'm hoping that Sunday I'll be on early enough that I'm trying to be on a little bit earlier so we can put together the logging server physically. That's going to be my old firewall. We got to put a graphics card into it because the VGA port died in it. We got to sit a new M.2 into it. We got a new SATA SSD to put in there because basically we're going to have 2 SATA SSDs in RAID 1 for the OS, 4 terabyte SATA, or is it 2 terabyte? Either way, there's going to be a large-ass SATA SSD in there for the warm drive, and then there's going to be a 1 terabyte NVMe for the hot drive, and that's going to be the logging drive, and that's going to be where we're going to move all the logging from this little guy, which has been doing my logging server for the past month or so. When are we seeing you on ham radio? I gotta set up the ham lab a little bit more. I gotta finish up some more of the rest of the lab projects and stuff. I still gotta set up the computer for the ham radio lab before I do some more content on ham radio stuff. Because I haven't set up the ham radio computer for that, doing digital ham radio. And then I gotta do some reticulum stuff. I gotta do my Meshtastic MQTT. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I gotta do. I also am planning, since I'm starting my job next week, once I have money coming through, I gotta do save up for the NVIDIA DGX Sparks, going to DEF CON as well this summer. I've got a plan for my 10 gigabit network upgrade. There's a lot of things coming down the pipeline. So, yeah. 2026 is gonna be fun. Yeah. And of course, as always, I couldn't do any of this without your amazing help. This community has been so wonderful. Between your help, the sponsors that I've landed for a lot of the different content, watching my content, going through the, sponsors that I affiliate with, that of course I would not affiliate with if I didn't like their stuff, and everything else. I'm going to be going through and reviewing a lot of different products and things too. Yeah, you just got your advanced radio class in Canada? Nice. Is that like closer to general? I guess that's similar to general radio in America. Cool. Yeah. But you got your extra? Yeah, I gotta get to amateur extra eventually, but right now I'm working on my bachelor's degree, and then I want to get my CCSP, so I'm probably not going to work on my amateur extra until at least next year, because I want to get my bachelor's knocked out this year. I want to get my CCSP knocked out this year. I may also go for a master's next year. We'll see, but those take priority first. 10 gigabit home network. Yeah, I want to go for a 10 gigabit home network, especially because high split's coming, which is Spectrum is going to have symmetrical network, which means that you'll have the same upload and download speed. So they're moving, like, so if you have a gigabit download, you'll have a gigabit upload. And when that happens, I will be optimizing the quality for Twitch, Kick, and YouTube to each of the platforms, I will be working on a server to be doing the transcoding to be better optimized for each platform. So when I get the NVIDIA DGX Sparks, I may be repurposing one of the LLM servers that I'm building to become a transcoding server. So that way what I'll end up doing is this stream server may end up send over to the transcoding server using, I think it's MITx or whatever, and then it'll broadcast out to 4 different sources, because at that point, I want to be able to add PeerTube on top of Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. So, yeah. There'll be a lot of things happening. But anyway, thank you all for joining me. It's been fun hanging out with you. I gotta get to bed, but make sure, if you haven't already, to follow me on all of my socials. The links are in the bio, and I'll drop them in the comments as well. And, of course, join the Discord and the Matrix server. And if you're on Twitch, stick around for the raid. I love all of you. Stay safe, and as always, happy hacking. I will be back on Sunday for sure, maybe Saturday, but Sunday for sure. I'll try to be on earlier, so we'll build that logging server together. But stay safe. Happy hacking. And don't forget to check out the YouTube for the new videos. Alright, let's see. Who's on for the raid? Oh, my boy Fasudo's on. So we shall raid him. See you later.